palun tuleme saali ja praegu on üks tehnilist sorti teadaanne, et palun need, kes vajavad tõlget sealt tagant meie toredate tehnikuste juures saab kõrvaklappe ja kanalil 1 on eestikeelne tõlge ja kanalil 2 on inglisekeelne tõlge. Palun. Alustame hetke pärast. Kaugel. Ja, aha. No nüüd kuulete, eks ole. Ja see QR-koodi kaudu saab küsimusi esitada, aga saab ka traditsioonilisel viisil, nii et teile tuuakse mikrofon. Ja muidugi meil on kuulajaid nii siin koha peal kui virtuaalselt, nii et küsimusi on võimalik esitada, kui aega jääb. Aga me anname märku siis. Üks hetk veel. Tere hommikust siis veel kord kõigile. Meie selline suur toetaja siin Eestis on teatavasti Välisministeerium, kus on spetsiaalne osakondki, mis tegeleb eestlusega välismaal. Ja Välisministeeriumi on esindatud siin väga esinduslikus koosseisus eesotsas härra minister Margus Tsahknaga. Aga kõigepealt ma annan sõna tervituseks ja ÜKN-i rahvuskongressi avamiseks üleilmse Eesti Kesknõukogu esinaisele ja ESTO 2025 presidendile Sirle Söödile.
Head sõbrad, estolised, poliitikahuvilised. Tõesti, tegemist on 13. ESTOga, mis sai alguse aastal 1972. See oli aeg, kui eestlased välismaal oma kogukondades tundsid, et enam ei jaksa üksinda ainult oma kogukonnaga eestlust hoida nii tugevalt, nagu oleks vaja. Ja siis pandi seljad kokku ja alustati ESTO päevi, et nendega inspireerida ja ergutada siis üheskoos eestlust. Sellel pikal traditsioonil on olnud väga käega katsutavad tagajärjed. Palju inimesi said alati ESTO päevadel kokku ja ka kohtusid mehed ja naised, tüdrukud ja poisid. Ja rõõm on siin nimetada, et ka sellel ESTOl on vähemalt 2 paari, kes niimoodi kokku said ESTOdel ja kes on hoidnud oma peredes üheskoos seda eestlust alles. Täna me räägime peamiselt sellest, mis on üldse vaja selleks, et eestlaseks jääda välismaal. Kas see on ainult keel või on see lisaks midagi muud? Ja me ühiselt leidsime ülemaailmse Eesti Kesknõukogu poliitika toimkonnaga, et väga oluline on ühismälu. Senikaua, kui on neid, kes mäletavad, senikaua kestab ka eestlus. Ja kui me olime ESTOga Narvas, siis ka seda rääkisime seal, et võib hävitada linnad, võib hävitada inimesed. Aga kui jääb ellu siiski üks käputäis eestlasi, siis me teame seda, et 1944, kui kõik need inimesed üle maailma laiali pillutati, kuidas siis seda eestlust hakati alles hoidma. Kohe esimesel päeval, seal samas põgenikelaagrites. Ja see on tõesti ime, et see tillukene rahvakild, kes me oleme, pillutatud üle maailma laiali, oleme suutnud alles jääda. Ja mitte ainult alles, meil on oma keel, kultuur. Ja täna Euroopa Liidus ja NATOs me oleme võrdsed partnerid. Ja me oleme paljudele riikidele eeskujuks. On väga uhke olla eestlane. Ja nii nagu noored eile seal võrgustike päeval ütlesid, et me peame strateegiliselt üheskoos mõtlema, kuidas säilitada eestlust pikemas perspektiivis, kui me olemegi globaalsed eestlased, me liigume, me räägime paljusid keeli, aga Eesti on üks, Eesti on siin, meil ei ole erinevaid Eestisid Ameerikas ega Rootsis, vaid Eesti on siin ja see on nii tähtis, et kõik need eestlased, kes tunnevad, et nad on eestlased, tahaksid tulla siia koju tagasi. Aga täna tuleb palju põnevaid arutelusid ja soovin teile kõigile ilusat ja huvitavat päeva. Aitäh!
Unustasin enne tervitada kõiki ülejäänuid. Tere tulemast kõik need, kes kuulavad meid siin täna, keda huvitab see meie ühismälu teema ja Eesti identiteedi säilimise teema selles muutunud maailmas. Sest on tekkinud uued ohud, assimileerumine on nagunii üks protsess, mis toimub välismaal asukohamaades ja selle tõttu tuntakse muret oma keele kadumise üle. Ja ÜKN-i roll on tõepoolest olnud selline muidugi number üks asi sel ajal, kui Eesti ei olnud vaba, oli võitlus Eesti vabaduse eest. No nüüd on muud ohud, teist laadi ohud, aga ka julgeolekuohud ja me hiljem täna kuuleme ka Välisministeeriumi kantsleri härra Jonatan Vseviovi ettekannet sel teemal, julgeoleku teemadel ja siis läheme oma ühismälu ja identiteedi küsimuste juurde. Aga praegu ma annan sõna tervituseks härra välisminister Margus Tsahknale. Eilsel päeval ta väga ilusti kõneles meile kõigile, aga kindlasti kõik ei olnud eilsel päeval võrgustike päeval kohal, nii et kuulame, mis tal täna öelda on.
Head sõbrad, ma ei suuda kunagi ühte ja sama kõne uuesti pidada ja ma ei suuda ka neid minule ette valmistatud kõnesid kunagi maha lugeda. Eriti, kui me saame omavahel kokku eestlastega ja üleilmsete eestlastega. Ja mul ongi hea meel teid kõiki tervitada ülemaailmse Eesti Kesknõukogu rahvuskongressil siin Tallinnas väga võimsal nädalal. ESTO käib alates Stockholmist. Need vägiteod, mida eestlased tegid Narvas, nendest veel räägitakse pikalt. ja kõik need vägiteod, mis on juba eile tehtud Tallinnas ja mida tehakse täna, homme, nendest räägitakse ja ma loodan, et mõnedest asjast võib-olla isegi ei räägita, mis toimub Salakõrtsis ja kuskil mujal. Ja ma loodan, et need paari, kes varem on kokku saanud, et nendele lisandub just nimelt noorte näol ka neid tulevikupaare, kes ESTO raames siin näiteks on kokku saanud ja tulevikus kesknõukogu juhivad, sest et Eesti rahvas on elanud siin maakamara peal mõned tuhanded aastad ja meil on see plaan siin edasi elada. Ekspuha, kui keeruline see koht geograafiliselt ei ole, kui keeruline ei ole siin olla vaba füüsiliselt. Täna me näitame, et Eesti rahvas on elujõuline. Eesti rahvas on elujõuline. Ja me mitte ainult ei ole elus, vaid me tegelikult veame väga paljusid ja väga suuri protsesse eest. Aga mul on hea meel näha ka paljusid neid häid sõpru ja tuttavaid inimesi, kes mäletavad seda võitlust, mida 91. aasta eelnevalt tehti, eelkõige just nimelt kesknõukogu ja meie eestlaste poolt väljaspool Eestit, kui Eesti oli okupeeritud. Ja see oli tõesti sõna otseses võtmes vabadusvõitlus meie vabaduse eest. Ja see võitlus päädis sellega, et me oleme täna üle 30 aasta jälle vabad. Aga paljusid ei ole enam meie hulgas, nende hulgas näiteks laasleivad ja paljud teised ja minu poolt väga suur tänu kõigile nendele meestele ja naistele, kes kõik need aastakümned Eesti vabaduse eest võitlesid, kõikvõimalike imetrikkide läbi jõudsid kohale väga erinevate valitsuste juurde, ÜRO-ni, kuhu iganes, et meid ära ei unustataks selle raudse eesriide taga. Et kahjuks 45. aasta Jalta kokkuleppe oli küll maailmale pikemaaegse rahuperioodi kuulutaja ja ÜRO võeti kokku ja kõik on väga tore, aga meie ei saanud sellest osa Eesti rahvana, Eesti riigina. Küll aga oleme täna meie nüüd selle rahvusvahelise kogukonna võrdne ja täisõiguslik liige oma 1,3 miljoni inimesega, kellest 1 miljon inimest räägib seda salakeelt, kannab edasi seda kultuuri. Ja nagu ma ka eile ütlesin, siis minu jaoks ei ole keel olnud kunagi ainult kommunikatsioonivahend, et teineteisega suhelda, vaid mõtleme nüüd korra järgi, et keel on üks selliseid vanemaid struktuurseid moodustisi meie ajudes välja kujunenud tuhandete aastate jooksul. Eesti keel on väga eriline keel. Ainult soomlastega me saame enam-vähem kuidagi moodi sarnaselt aru. Aga see näitabki hoopistükkis loogilist süsteemi, mõttesüsteemi. Ja see, et eesti keel läbi nende aastatuhandete, läbi aastasadade, mida me teaduslikult oskame mõõta ajalooürikutest ja vaadates meie minevikku, kus me oleme alati olnud praktiliselt kellegi võimu all, mitte nii-öelda vaba rahvana, vaid isegi võiks öelda orjadena päris pikki aastaid, rääkimata viimasest okupatsioonist, kus iga 5. eestlane kas tapeti, küüditati või oli sunnitud põgenema, aga millegipärast me oleme jätkuvalt olemas. Ja kõikide nende kriteeriumite järgi, mida mõõdetakse, et kas üks rahvus üldse nagu eksisteerib, et kas mõni keel on elujõuline või mitte, siis need numbrid on seal kuskil, et alla miljoni inimese ühe keelt kõnelevat rahvust, et seda pole tegelikult olemas, et seda ei loeta elujõuliseks rahvuseks. Siis me nagu, ütleme, nende sadade erinevate keelte hulgas maailmas näitame, et selle miljoniga me teeme väga suuri asju ja hoiame alles ka oma keelt. Miks me sellest keelest nii palju räägime, on see, et geneetiliselt on väga raske öelda, et kes see eestlane on. Et meilt on üle käinud ju väga palju erinevaid geene, sellepärast me olemegi võib-olla nõnda targad ja ilusad, ilma naljata, ja me oleme väga elujõulised tegelikult, me oleme väga innovaatilised. Kui te mõtlete kogu Eesti rahva ajalugu ja arengut, siis siin on ju kogu aeg tegeletud innovatsiooniga. Tööstuses, majanduses, nüüd me räägime IT-st, me räägime tehisarust, me räägime kõikidest nendest lahendustest, kus eestlased on alati olnud väga nutikad. Ilma naljata, kui te vaatate Rootsi kuningriigi alasid, vaatate Saksa impeeriumi aega, vaatate Vene tsaaririiki, siis ikkagi siit tulid innovatsioon ja innovaatilised lahendused ja parimad tootmised ja leidlikkus. Ja see on meil senimaani olemas. Ja see kõik on tegelikult ju meie identiteet. Aga ainuke, mida me saame väliselt näidata, ongi keel. Et siin on olnud mõni poliitika minevikust, kes on hakanud otsima geneetiliselt puhast eestlast, siis ma arvan, et nad jooksid rappa omadega. Aga keel on see ja see loogiline mõttesüsteem, mis meid kõiki ühendab ja selle eest me peame ka seisma. Ja see ei ole mitte lihtsalt sellepärast, et me tahame kuskil minevikus sobrada, vaid oleme ausad, et me vaatame ikkagi alati tulevikku. Nüüd täna räägite siin ka sellest olukorrast, kus me paikneme, siis ma ei nimetaks tänast tööd vabadusvõitlusest, sest me oleme vabad. Aga see on samaväärne töö, mida me kõik ühiselt peame tegema selle jaoks, et me jääksime vabaks. Et vabadus ei ole garanteeritud. Me teame, et vabadusel on väga kõrge hind ja üks kohutavalt suur eelis, mis Eesti rahval on see, et me mäletame, kuidas oli elada ilma vabaduseta. Ja ma kinnitan teile tõsiselt, kui Eesti Vabariigi praegune välisminister, et veel mõned aastad tagasi oli väga raske selgitada meie enda sõpradele Euroopas näiteks kasvõi, rääkimata siis laiemas maailmas, et mida tähendab ikkagi Venemaa oht. Et kas sõda ja agressioon on üldse võimalik. Et seda vabadust võeti kui iseenesest mõistetavat asja, mida võib täiesti rahulikult nautida, millesse ei tule väga palju investeerida, sellepärast, et kõik olid juba mitmed põlvkonnad harjunud elama seda väga head elu. Ma pean silmas mitte isegi majanduslikult ainult väga head elu, vaid seda, et keegi väga palju ei mõelnud selle üle, et teise maailmasõja aegsed koledused võiksid korduda. Oleme ausad. Euroopas pole kunagi nii pikka rahuperioodi olnud kui praegu ja see teeb inimesed laisaks, mõttelaisaks eelkõige. Ja selleks oli vaja kahjuks Putinit, kahjuks 2008. aastal, kui Putin ründas Gruusiat, siis ei juhtunud mitte midagi maailmas demokraatlike riikide hulgas. Kui 2014 algas tegelikult ju Ukraina sõda, siis olid kõik väga murelikud ja siis olid veel sügavamalt murelikud, aga tegelikult ka ju mitte midagi ei muutunud. Mõned sanktsioonid pandi Venemaale peale. Aga 2022. aastast peale me näeme ju siin samas lähedal, mida venelased teevad Ukraina rahvaga ja see on kõik see, mida meie oleme ju kogenud. Täpselt 21. sajandil kordub kõik see, mida ka paljud teised rahvad Euroopas kogesid. Ja see äratab üles selle sama mälu, need samad mälestused, mis võib-olla meil siin Balti riikides, Poolas on valusamad ja värskemad. Meie kõikides perekondades on küüditatuid, tapetuid ja neid, kes on läinud välismaale elama, sunnitud siit põgenema vähemalt 1944. aastal, kui mitte hiljem. Et need on kuidagi uuesti nagu tulnud esile. Ja seetõttu ongi väga tähtis, et tänane rahvuskongress ka räägib just sellest mälust, mitte võtmes, et me peaksime seda lihtsalt talletama ja kuskil minevikus võib-olla nagu lugema, et see kunagi toimus, vaid see kõik on kohutavalt suur investeering tulevikku. See kõik on argumentide puu, argumentide kogum selleks, et veenda oma liitlasi, veenda inimesi kogu maailmas, veenda ka iseennast, et see kõik võib korduda, aga meie kätes on need vahendid, need võimalused, see arukus, et see ei korduks enam Eestis mitte kunagi. Me oleme leppinud kokku siin omavahel peale 91. aastat, kui me saime iseseisvuse tagasi, et on kaks põhimõtet. Esiteks, me hakkame igal juhul vastu, kui seekord agressioon peaks tulema. Ja see on väga oluline otsus, sest et 1939-40 aastal me ei hakanud vastu. Me ei hakanud vastu ja ma arvan, see kriibib väga paljudel veel tänaseni kuskil sellise ajaloolise vastutustunde peal. Soomlased hakkasid vastu. Ja hakkasid vastu seetõttu, et rahvas tahtis vastu hakata ja Soomes oli demokraatia paremas seisus sel hetkel kui Eestis. See on väga oluline asi. Demokraatia on iseenesest mitte ainult väärtus, vaid väga praktiline väljund. Siis, kui on ajaloolised hetked rahvusele käes, peab rahvas saama otsustada, mitte ainult riigipead. Mitte ainult riigipead. Ja see on see, mille nimel me peame kõik ühiselt tööd tegema. Et ka 21. sajandi tehnoloogiad arvestades meie demokraatia säilib. See ei ole väga iseenesest mõistetav. Me näeme üha enam maailmas, kus autokraatlikud juhid tulevad tagasi. Tulevad ühel või teisel moel, varjutades ja looritades ennast ühe või teise looga, aga lõpuks me näeme, et me pöördume ikkagi jälle selles ajaloo ringis sinna sama punkti tagasi. Ja see on meile väikese rahvale siin kandis väga ohtlik. Ja teine printsiip, mille me leppisime kokku, oli see, et me ei ole mitte kunagi enam üksi. Me ei ole mitte kunagi enam üksi. Me olime üksi 39-40. Me olime neutraalne riik, kes oli rahuarmastav rahvas, nii nagu me deklareerisime kõigile. Me saime ja püüdsime läbi saada nii Moskva, Berliini, Pariisi, Londoni, New Yorgi, Washingtoni. Kõigiga saime hästi läbi ja lõpuks ei saanud me mitte kellegiga hästi läbi. Ja seetõttu on väga selge suund Eestis olnud see, et me mitte ei ole neutraalsed, vaid me väga selgelt oleme koos, mitte üksi. Euroopa Liidus, NATOs oleme aktiivsed, ÜRO tasemel, globaalselt, otsime endale sõpru Jaapanist alates kuni Ladina-Ameerikani välja ja selgitame seda meie enda lugu. Ja uskuge mind, see lugu saab väga suurt tagasisidet väga paljudes erinevates kantides, kus me isegi seda ei usu. Näiteks kõikides koloniseeritud riikides, kõiki nende rahvaste poolt, nad üllatuslikult nendivad, et tõepoolest, kui te vaatate meie kogu pikka ajalugu, oleme ka meie olnud koloniseeritud. Aga ka paljud nendest on täna suured Venemaa sõbrad ja arvavad, et Venemaa on olnud nende sõber Nõukogude Liiduna. Teate küll neid riike, neid on päris palju maailmas, seda kutsutakse globaalseks lõunaks. Siis kui nad kuulevad, et et teiste kolonisaatorite seas olid ka Nõukogude väed, kolonisaatorid ja kuidas nad meiega ringi käisid. Et see muudab ka tegelikult nende suhtumist tänasesse Putinisse Venemaasse. Ja see on see, mille pärast me peame tegelema ka oma enda rahvusliku mälu kokku korjamisega, selle tõlgendamisega 21. sajandisse ja aru saama, et see pole mitte ainult meie ajalugu, vaid see on meie tööriist, et püsida koos, et meil kõigil oleks ühine identiteet ja samal ajal, et meie jalajälg maailmas oleks oluliselt suurem kui see 1,3 miljonit inimest. Ja ma ütlen teile, et meie jalajälg, meie võim täna maailmas on oluliselt suurem, kui me vaatame numbritest, kui suur me tegelikult oleme. Sest meil on moraalselt olnud õigus. Välispoliitikas on kohutavalt tähtis mitte ainult see, kui võimas sa oled majanduslikult ja sõjaliselt, vaid just nimelt väiksematele riikidele see, et meil on olnud õigus, meil on õigus täna ja meil on õigus ka tuleviku suhtes, kui me räägime sellest, et Putini Venemaa on oht, agressioonile tuleb vastu astuda, territoriaalne terviklikkus ei ole teema, mille üle me läbi räägime, rahvusel peab olema õigus ennast määratleda ja kui me räägime vabadusest kui printsiibist, siis see ei ole enam lihtsalt garanteeritud õigus, vaid selle eest tuleb võidelda. Ja siin kuulatakse meid väga tõsiselt. Ja mul ei ole väga hea meel öelda seda, et Eestil on olnud õigus, Eesti poliitikutel on õigus olnud viimased 25 aastat, kui me oleme öelnud, et Venemaa on oht, et meil on olnud õigus. Mul ei ole hea meel selle üle, aga tegelikult annab see meile oluliselt suurema kaalu, kui meil kunagi võib-olla varem isegi on olnud. Paar asja tahaks veel klaariks teha, et te teaksite ka ja levitage palun sõna üle maailma, sest igaüks teist, kes elab ka Eestist väljaspool, on Eesti diplomaat. Täpselt nii, nagu mina olen Eesti diplomaat, nii nagu on Eesti diplomaadid, kes saavad sellest palka, olete teie iga eestlane diplomaat Eestile. Eesti ei ole järgmine. See on üks minu kõige suurem mure viimase kuu jooksul, kus minu käest igas intervjuus küsitakse, kus ma annan rahvusvahelisel tasemel intervjuusid, et kas Eesti on järgmine. Ja siis on mingisugused tüübid, kes on eksperdid ja spekuleerivad meie asemel ja teevad igasuguseid plaane. Eesti ei ole järgmine. Me oleme rohkem kaitstud kui kunagi varem, me oleme tugevamad kui kunagi varem, meil on liitlased, me teame, mida me teeme, me oleme valmis ja nõus ja võimelised ennast ise kaitsma. Meie pinnal on 3 tuumariigi sõdurid, kes surevad koos meiega esimesel päeval, kui Venemaa siia peaks kallale tungima. Kui keegi räägib mingitest rohelistest meikestest, kes tuleb ühe või teise küla kallale ja siis me vaatame pealt ja sügame kukalt. Ei, me tapame nad kõik maha esimesel tunnil. Ja see on tõsi. Ja see on väga oluline sõnum. See on väga oluline sõnum, et keegi teine ei hakka enam jagama Eesti territooriumit, keegi teine ei hakka üle meie peade enam tegema otsuseid. Ja selle kinnituseks on üks uuring, mis hiljuti avaldati Kaitseministeeriumi poolt ja selles uuringus küsiti ka 2 väga olulist küsimust. Esiteks küsiti Eesti inimeste käest, kas te arvate, et Eesti peaks hakkama sõjaliselt vastu, kui agressioon tuleb ja pea 90% inimesi ütles jah, kindlasti peab. Ja see on väga kõva sõna. Aga siis tuli veel olulisem küsimus. Kas te ise olete valmis ka minema võitlusesse? Ja pea 80%, üle 70%, peaaegu 75% ütles, et jah, ma olen ka ise nõus minema võitlusesse. Ja selliseid numbreid kõrvale panna on ainult soomlastel, mitte kellelgi teisel maailmas. Ja see on see, mis teeb meid tegelikult tugevaks. Te näete seda, kogete uuesti seda sellel nädala lõpul tantsu- ja laulupeol. Ma arvan, et see saab olema midagi erilist. Sest et mul on olnud selline teooria enda suhtes, või enda peas, et miks me oleme siin niimoodi vastu pidanud kõik need 100 aastad. Ja mul on tunne, et esiteks on meie isiku omapära jonn ja kõik see, mis meiega kaasas käib, siis see, et me jääme ellu, meie külad on hajakülad, meie majast tavaliselt naabritalu ei näe, aga samal ajal me siis kuidagi hoiame ühte ja näeme seda vähemalt üle 5 aasta tantsu- laulupidudel, vähemalt viimased 150 aastat, kui palju meid tegelikult on. Aga mis on veelgi olulisem ja mind tegi vahepeal see murelikuks, kui ajaloo lõpp saabus kätte ja kõik võtsid kätest kinni ja arvasid, et maailma rahu saabub, on see, et me oleme kogu aeg ju millegi vastu võidelnud. Me oleme kogu aeg millegi vastu võidelnud, sest et kogu aeg on meid ka nii-öelda rõhutud või ma olen mingisuguse surve all olnud. Mulle vahepeal tundus, et kui ei ole millegi vastu võidelda, siis me hakkame teineteise vastu võitlema. Ja seda on olnud meie ajaloos küll. Ja kui me vaatame viimast 30 aastat, siis esimesed 10 kõik ehitasid ja tõmbasid seda Eesti asja, siis vahepeal läks ikka omavahel väga kõvaks purelemiseks, sest et ei olnud ju millegi vastu võidelda. Vabadus oli käes, elu läks paremaks, pangad andsid laenu, tekkisid kõigile koju need lameteleviisorid ja sai reisil käia ja mis sa ikka teed, kelle vastu sa võitled, ikka naabrimehe vastu. Aga nüüd ma arvan, et Putin on meid väga uuesti ühendanud ja meil on mitte millegi vastu võidelda, vaid just nimelt millegi poolt võidelda, see on vabaduse poolt, aga ka agressiooni vastu, kui see peaks tulema. Ja see on see minu arvates, mis meid ühendab vaimselt. Nüüd, mis on väga tähtis, on rahvuskongressil ja üldse eestlusel üle maailma, on võtta kokku kõik need inimesed, kes meil on, eriti tegeleda noortega. Mul on nii hea meel näha siin terve rida noori juba mitmendat päeva. See, mis Narvas toimus, see noorte arutelu ka eile näiteks, et me vaatame tulevikku ja sära, mis on nende inimeste noorte silmis, see annab minule küll lootust. Teiseks, me ei tohi kuidagi eraldada, et need, kes elavad Eestis ja need, kes elavad kuskil mujal, tegelikult me oleme üks suur mesilassülem ja me peame siit sellest raskest ajast läbi tulema. Ja väga palju ka tehakse. Eesti Mälu Instituut korjab kokku ju pagulaste andmebaasi, paneb seda kokku kõiki neid lugusid, mis on peredest, kõik tuleb talletada. Ja homme on valitsuse istungil ka otsus rahastada viimases etapis siis Eesti Mälu Instituudi poolt veetavad kommunismiohvrite mälestusmuuseumi, mis saab olema selles vanas Patarei vanglas. See saab olema üks maailma võimsamaid instituute. See ei ole muuseum mineviku jaoks, vaid see on teadusasutus just nimelt kõige selle kohta, mida täna maailmas tehakse, ka Ukrainas. Kõik need kannatused, mida meie oleme üle elanud, kõik need kannatused kahjuks täna maailmas korduvad ja sellest saab üks maailma keskus. Samamoodi, kui me räägime keskusest, siis ma tean, et see on paljud poleemikat tekitanud, aga see monument, mida ehitatakse Torontosse, see ei ole lihtsalt hoone. See on üks näide sellest, kuidas moodi Eesti rahvas ka väga keerulises olukordades väljaspool, võib-olla teisel pool maakera, suudab leida sellist ühtsust ja toetust, et ehitada üks keskus, kus ma loodan tegeletakse ka kõige muuga kui ainult kultuurieluga, meie enda mäluga, meie enda identiteediga. Ja see on ülimalt tähtis. Ja neid tegevusi on meil veel. Ja Eesti valitsuse poolt ma kinnitan üle, et küll Välisministeerium on ametlikult eestluse eestvedaja, siis me oleme kõigi eestlastega koos. Mitte kedagi ei jäeta maha, kõik on väga tähtsad ja palun, ainult sünnijärgsed eestlased ei pruugi olla eestlased, vaid meil on vaja veel rohkem sõpru, meil on vaja veel rohkem kandepinda. Me peame levitama oma sõna, oma vaprust, oma julgust. Ja mina kogen seda iga päev oma tööd tehes, et meid tegelikult imetletakse kui ühte väikest visa, vaprat, eneseteadvat, innovaatilist, tulevikku vaatavat, aga mis on kõige tähtsam veel, oma enda lugu teadvat rahvast. Oma enda lugu teadvat rahvast. Minu enda viimane mõte, mis ma tahan teile edasi öelda, kuna ma vaatan, et kantsler on juba kohal, hakkab rääkima tõsistest asjadest, siis ma lihtsalt mäletan oma aastat Toronto ülikooli juures, kus ma sain väga palju tuge just nimelt sealsetelt eestlastelt, nii vaimselt kui ka füüsiliselt ja materiaalselt. Aga mind hämmastas tookord Kanada ühiskonnas elades see, et kõigepealt küsiti how are you ja siis ma hakkasin kohe rääkima, et kuidas mul läheb, aga see tegelikult ei huvitanud kedagi. Ja siis Ja teine oli see, et where are you coming from? Ja mul oli väga lihtne öelda, ma olen eestlane, et mul on see lugu. Ja tegelikult, kui te ju üle maailma elades oma nahal kogete ja ka noored, on ülimalt tähtis teada, kes sa oled, mis su lugu on, kus su juured on, mille ees sa seisad. Ükspuha, mis keeles sa seda ei väljenda, siis tegelikult see on see asi, mis annab sulle sellise korraliku nagu poweri, millega sa saad kogu elus edasi minna. Ja kui sa oskad ka veel seda salakeelt, siis sa oled eriti kõva tegija. Nii et ilusat rahvuskongressi, ilusat seda Eesti nädalat ja kõik kulmineerub mitte ainult täna õhtusel galal, mitte ainult Urmas Kärneri Blues Brothers kontsertil, vaid ja mitte ka salakõrtsides, vaid tegelikult pühapäeval on see viimane purakas, kus me koos kõik laulame Mu isamaad ja kõiki muid laule. Nii et suur tänu, et olete kõik siia kokku kogunenud ja hoiame seda mesilas sülemet koos. Aitäh!
Nii, ma näen jah, et härra kantsler on kohal. Ma juhatan mõne lausega ta siia sisse ka. Jonatan Vseviov on Välisministeeriumina kantslerina ametis aastast 2021. Aga Ameerika eestlased, keda siin on täna palju koos, tunnevad teda hästi alates 2018. aastast, kuna ta oli Eesti suursaadik Ameerika Ühendriikides. Härra Vseviov on aastail 2008–2018, siis enne seda Ameerika perioodi, töötanud ka Eesti Kaitseministeeriumis, kus ta samuti oli kantsleri ametikohal, ja Kaitseministeeriumis töötades täitis ta Eesti kaitsepoliitika riigisisese ja rahvusvahelises kujundamises juhtivat rolli. Nii et kes veel peaks meile tänasest julgeolekust Eestis rääkima, kui mitte härra Jonatan Vseviov. Palun. Ja tänan.
Suur tänu, aitäh nende ilusate sissejuhatajate sõnade eest ja mul on toodult hea meel näha kõiki neid, keda ma tunnen ja kõiki neid, keda ma veel ei tunne. Mul on rõõm alati tervitada eestlased üle ilma siin Tallinnas. Ja mul on tohutult hea meel, et te olete tulnud siia just laulupeo ajal, mis on loomulikult kõige õigem aeg Eesti külastamiseks. See, millest minister rääkis, ma arvan, et seda kõike me tunneme, tajume, ootusärevus on päris kõrge. Vähemalt minul on, ma usun, et teil. Ja ma olen täiesti kindel, et nagu iga kord, siis pärast laulupidu läheb see rahvas jälle oma toimetuste juurde tagasi ühtsemana hingates kui täna veel enne seda laulupidu. Aga mul on palutud teile rääkida väga palju kurvematest ja murelikuks tegevamatest teemadest, julgeoleku olukorrast Euroopas, Eestis ja meie ümber. Ja seetõttu jätan ma loomulikult aega lõpuks küsimustele. Ma proovin võtta lühikeste märksõnadega kokku selle, kus me täna asume ja selle, mida me Eestina teeme, et siia püsima jääda. Ja loomulikult ei saa ma alustada kusagilt mujalt kui sellest, mida meie naaber teeb täna Ukrainas. Te olete kuulnud Eesti riigi tegelasi rääkimas sellest, ma räägin seda siis nüüd veel. See, mis toimub Ukrainas, on Eesti jaoks absoluutselt eksistentsiaalse tähendusega. Eksistentsiaalselt oluline. Ja te teate, me oleme põhjamaalased. Me ei kasuta neid sõnu kergekäeliselt. Kui me ütleme eksistentsiaalne, siis järelikult me peame silmas midagi, mis on väga tõsine. See olukord on väga tõsine kahel põhjusel. Esiteks kõik, mida me teame Venemaa kohta. Kogu meie luureinformatsioon, kogu meie Venemaa tundmine, kogu meie analüüs kinnitab meile ühte. Neid eesmärke, mis Putinil oli 2022 sinna sõtta minnes, ta muutnud ei ole. Ja need eesmärgid ei ole seotud mõne Ukraina provintsi vallutamisega. Need eesmärgid on seotud kogu Ukraina enesele allutamisega, kuid mitte ainult Ukraina enesele allutamisega. Juba aastaid on Putin rääkinud järjepidevalt, nii oma kõnedes kui ametlikes dokumentides, juttu sellest, millist Euroopat tema näha tahab. Ja sellel Euroopal ei ole mitte mingisugust ühist joont selle Euroopaga, mis võimaldab Eestile suveräänset iseolemist. Ja ta tahab kogu Ukrainat. aga ta tahab ka Euroopa julgeoleku pea peale pööramist ning oma lääne piiridele puhvertsooni välja uuristamist, nõnda nagu maismaa
its western borders, as was done at the beginning of the 20th century and as it was always wanted by them. Countries in the buffer zone might be formally independent. Perhaps this time around they might remain on the maps, but these countries don't have the opportunity to decide on the most important foreign policy aspects. So any ideas driven by the hope that an agreement might be made with Putin, where in exchange for peace in Ukraine he is given a piece of Ukraine, all of these ideas are meant for failure. He doesn't want a piece of Ukraine, he wants entire Ukraine. A more distant but even more important reason why this war is related to us, wars always end, we know this. Even the longest of wars come to an end one day, and the future that comes after it largely depends on how the war ends. This war is the largest in Europe since the end of the Second World War. It's forming the norms that will be the basis for decades to come, maybe even generations. So what's at stake? First of all, territorial integrity as a principle. Looking at the world map, most borders on the political maps lead you to the same conclusion as I had. Its legitimacy has nothing to do with political, cultural, historical reasons. Let's be honest, most of African borders have been drawn by Europeans with a ruling board, and they're legitimate because they're internationally recognized. When the Ukrainian war ends with a situation when borders have been changed by armed forces and the international community accepts this de facto, then please, show me on the world map a border that will remain secure. Perhaps you might show some borders somewhere, but would you be pointing to the Estonian border in a situation where we don't even have a border agreement? Then sovereignty, the principle according to which countries have the right as equals to choose their own internal and security policy as they see fit, being limited only by international law and international humanitarian law. This principle is at stake today in Ukraine. If the international community de facto accepts that Russia, due to its size or any historical or cultural aspect, has any legitimate security interests outside its own borders that would force the countries there into limited sovereignty. For example, Ukraine. It would force Ukraine to remain outside NATO, force Ukraine to not accept armed forces of other countries in its territory. If this were accepted, then tell me, why would it not apply to Estonia if it applied to Ukraine? Or if it applies for Latvia or Finland? Or show me any countries on the world map who at that point might feel completely safe in their sovereignty. No. If we play with these Pandora boxes, if we legitimize the policy of spheres of influence right here in Europe, then 1,000 kilometers south from us, and then we hope that in the 21st century it's possible to feed an aggressor with other freedoms by maintaining stability for ourselves, then this is delusional. We know these stories well in Europe. We know these end in a disaster, and not only for those who are served on a plate to the aggressor first. Looking at Europe on the world map today and the political situation before us, then first of all we need to solve this problem. And I would divide this problem in two. First of all, we have to work towards ending the war, and end not by the silencing of bombs, but with a peace that can be considered stable and just. We know the difference between a stable and just peace and a peace that is not those two things. We don't have to spend time on explaining what is just or fair and what is stable, permanent. So I will save time here and say we will be working towards this goal, of course, based on our security, and we are working at 100% capacity. We look at all the problems in the world through this spectrum. Does it help us achieve a stable and permanent peace in Ukraine? And we have two main tools for this. First of all, supporting Ukraine. It's clear that if Ukraine collapses for some reason, the architecture or structure of European security and our entire military policy collapses. Support for Ukraine is often discussed in material terms. How much military aid is provided, how much reconstruction is done, humanitarian aid, and of course all of this is important. And Estonia is trying to be a role model in all these policies. We were the first to provide deadly weaponry, to provide Western origin weaponry. We are the first to implement permanent reconstruction projects in Ukraine, not because we believe, considering our size, that we could alone determine the fate in Ukraine, but we can put others to shame by operating quickly and decisively. We can put to shame the biggers who should do the same. But what's more important than the material and technical support is moral support. In wars, but politics in general, fear and hope are tools. The reason why Russia is attacking almost nightly Ukrainian cities that are far away from the front line is not because of blind brutality, although Russia is brutal. It's not mistaken brutality. It's part of their strategy. The aim is not to move the front line somewhere in the east, but to crush the hopes of Ukrainians, to crush the hope that the strategy that they choose in 2014 and said no to Russian corruption policy and chose a European future, that this strategy could even be achieved. We know that at the beginning of the 90s we were influenced likewise here in Estonia. Of course, no one was bombing our cities. But the message from Moscow was the same. Don't fool yourselves. No one in West wants you. Come back to us in due time. We will forgive you, and we will accept you once again in this so-called Russian family. The strikes against cities are intended to crush the hopes of Ukrainians for a better future. And for us, being involved strategically in this war is to provide Ukrainians with more of this hope. But how do we do this? It's very difficult if there are nightly bombings. Politically, it comes down to two main questions. Are we able to convincingly demonstrate that for Ukraine the door to Europe is still open? And can we convincingly show that Ukraine would actually move forward on this path? Everyone understands that the European future, the way of life, the same welfare or life that the Polish, Hungarians or us here in Estonia have, this cannot be achieved for the Ukrainians overnight. But hope is most crushed where there is no faith in actually moving towards that direction. And so one of the most important targets for Estonian foreign policy in the EU and NATO is to keep these doors open very visibly, so that Ukraine would step by step move towards a membership of these organizations. On the other hand, we are trying to increase the price of aggression for Russia, make this continued aggression as painful for them as possible. Everything we know about Russia confirms us that this is a rational country. They make decisions based on loss and profit, but we want to affect this through sanctions, isolation, by as much economic pain as possible. And we have been causing such economic pain to quite an extent. This is the 18th sanctions package, not because we have had 18 great ideas, but because it takes time to come to a consensus with 27 member states with all different opinions. I can't say I'm pleased with the pace, but we are moving towards the right direction. Russia feels that optimism has left Moscow. Fear has replaced it, because Putin has to tighten its screws while we are undermining their stability so that their ship would still be standing. I dare say since the second year of this war we've had one big problem. Pain, no matter how big it is usually bearable if you believe that it's temporary. A person is prepared to suffer pain, actually voluntarily inflict pain on themselves by going to the dentist if they believe it's temporary and the future, somewhere in the far distance, will be better for it. The theory of victory for Putin's war has only relied on one argument for the entire time. Just give us some time. The West will not be able to maintain its course. Everything they're doing to us today is temporary. The thousands of bodies returned from the front line every day is temporary. The fact that you cannot go to school in Europe is only temporary. That the economy will not be improving is temporary. And it's temporary not because the West is financially or militarily weak, but it's because the West cannot keep its course. And we can say among ourselves, if Putin is discussing the West, they're not talking about us or even Europe more general. They're talking about the United States. They're saying that the United States will change their course, and then the Europeans will not be able to stay on the same course. So our main task is to prove the contrary. It's very hard to do this in democracy, because this very democratic nature is what Putin and his predecessors in Kremlin have seen as our greatest weakness. Governments change every few years, but we know it's our strength in a longer perspective. But it's very hard to convince the people there in Moscow who control Russia, the money, the weapons, to tell them the contrary. No, we are able to maintain the course. If we have elections that are won by people who promise less support for Ukraine and so forth, how do we do this? But we have found a tool to punish impunity. Everything that's happening in the courtrooms, in legislation, what's happening is not only war, not only a turning point for international law, it's a crime. The war crimes committed by Russia, as well as aggression itself, is a crime. And crimes have to be brought to justice. And in our system, courts are independent of governments. And so from the first days of war, we have been working hard, sweat and tears, for the International Criminal Court to hear the war crimes of Russia committed in Ukraine. There's an arrest warrant against Putin, and we're working to establish a separate tribunal to try the international war crimes. Don't get me wrong, no one here is naive enough to believe that our police or the police in The Hague will go to the Kremlin, knock on the door, and cuff Putin. But let me be likewise clear. Cuffing him is the goal. We want to cuff our own hands and show that no reset, no returning relationships to the old normality cannot be organized. But perhaps the Americans can do this. But in Europe, we're following the International Criminal Court, and acknowledging the tribunal is not only a part of our foreign policy, but part of our political DNA. This is not imaginable. And Macron can make a phone call, take criticism, perhaps some others do the same. But imagine, overnight, European governments being prepared to let go of all of their political DNA, that's unimaginable. Now this tool of fear that Russia is trying to use with us with the nuclear fear policy. Of course, they're not afraid of the knocking on the door of a Western policeman, but they are afraid of their own police to be knocking on the door. They're all old enough to have survived the complete collapse of 1991. All of them know that if at the critical point of time you discover you're on the wrong side, the other Russian will be knocking on your door. And then their hands will be cuffed for real. Our activities that are aimed at sending out this message that the West, or at least Europe, has reached a point of no return, and our attempt to use fear as a tool against them is working pretty well. Every time they are talking to the Europeans, in addition to relieving sanctions, they are trying to get us to wrap up these court cases that are a nuisance. I am maybe impatient. I think we're doing some things too slow, not fully enough. There are member states in Europe who are not opposed to some single policies of ours, but they are playing for the opposing team. We have the United States, who every now and then flirt with the thought of having this reset with Putin that we are trying to vaccinate Europe against. Of course, there are problems, but if you give me the choice today, at a completely neutral basis, hypothetically, whether I take the position of Europe or Estonia more narrowly, or replace my position with what Kremlin feels, I would choose our position at any time. Let's even leave aside the more larger international frameworks. Let's look at our region more narrowly. The Nordic countries, the Baltic countries, the same mindset as before. One of the richest regions in Europe, everyone spending more than 3% of GDP on defense expenses. And all of us together, there's more of us than the Polish people. And if we look at Polish security defense, we might disagree in all questions, but the main question of where the risk is, what we have to do, the US says there's no daylight between our positions. But if we take Poland and add them to our Nordic-Baltic group, then there's as much of us as there are Germans. And if we hear what the German government, the new government, is saying about the main question, where the risks are, where the danger is, what do we have to do, again, there's no difference at all between our positions. And if we take Germans and add out to a group, there's 160 million of us. 160 million Europeans. Yes, too slow, we have been asleep for too long, but still on the right path to deter the 40 million Russians. Our position at any time, it's better than anything Putin has to offer. But I would like to finish off with a worrying acknowledgement that tends to be ignored in Europe, but which is also being ignored by the US president when he's saying that he wants to put an end to the killings. Don't get me wrong, I also want to put an end to the killings, but we know that when war ends, not history ends. History is still moving forward. If at the end of the Second World War, the US had withdrawn from Western Europe without NATO, without the Marshall Plan, without supporting the EU, Europe would have been lost during the peace era. The situation will not be drastically different. Tens of thousands will return from the front line, from crushed cities, seeing themselves as the liberators of not only Ukraine, but the entire Europe, expecting life conditions that, for example, the Poles have, but we know it cannot realistically be achieved in a short period of time. If the West does not give Ukraine a framework that secures its political stability and economic development within the first years after the war, then we would lose peace even if we manage to win the war. And if we lose Ukraine during the peacetime, then all the problems that I was discussing at the beginning of my speech will become a reality for us, nevertheless. Because then, for the first time, Americans would not be here to do things for us, to think for us. They've said it clearly. Some presidents more brutally, others more vaguely. But facts remain facts. The American century in Europe has come to an end. Now, the best scenario is for the Americans to be side by side with us, supporting us. But we have to come up with the ideas, and we have to complete the actions here in Europe. And I'm not saying And I'm not discussing simple things as winning the war. I'm saying winning peace. We don't even have the institutions to discuss these problems and implement the solutions. But we also don't have the time. If the war were to end today, tomorrow we would be in a situation that cannot be considered world peace. So small Estonia has to encourage our bigger colleagues to feel that this strategic thinking, culture and activity has to set foot in Europe. We're happy when the Brits and French lead the security guarantee discussions for Ukraine, not because the security guarantees are the most important topic, but this gives hope and chance for Europeans to come together and discuss what we will be doing on the first day after the end of the war, and the second day, and the second year, and the 10th year. Because within 80 years, we have been used to either being for or against the American support. And now we will no longer have this American support, and filling this void will be extremely difficult. I'm not worried about the small military capacity or economic capacity of Europe, but filling this strategic cultural void has to be considered a challenge that will actually determine the future of this continent. And here I have positive news. Size does not really matter. It's not the fact that Estonia has a small economy or military does not have a hindering effect. If we have anything to say, we can do this. If we have intellectual, political courage, then we are able to offer a future for Europe. And I'm glad that step by step, this courage and skill has increased in Estonia. And by inch, Europe has understood this and turned attention to this. Now, for the very end, I would have 3 final ideas. Sometimes critics say that we are talking about Ukraine because we care too much about what is happening in Ukraine. Some say that you should not be more Ukrainian than the Ukrainians themselves. Some say that us here in Europe, we have our own problems. They are showing what is happening as if a choice between dealing with the problems in Ukraine and our own problems. But let me tell you, we are not talking about Ukraine because we care about Ukraine. We don't care about Ukraine. If we are talking about the territorial integrity of Ukraine, it's not their territorial integrity we're discussing, it's ours. And if we fight for the right for Ukraine to have sovereignty, then we're not fighting for Ukraine to be sovereign, we are fighting for us to be sovereign. There is no fighting for Ukraine separate from the existential security interests of Estonia. So this fake balance between how much energy, time, resources we spend on Ukraine versus on ourselves, it does not exist. We're spending it on Ukraine in order to spend it on ourselves. Secondly, some people say that we have too ambitious goals. It's not realistic to achieve victory and to push the Russian military outside of Crimea. If this goal for Russia to return to Russia and stay in Russia is considered too ambitious by you, then please phrase a realistic goal for me. Which part of Ukraine will we hand over? But why only from Ukraine? The Baltics, Poland, Finland. So what is realistic? If you are blaming us and saying that having territorial integrity is a too ambitious practical goal, you have opened a Pandora box that Chamberlain played with and brought such devastating loss to Europe. And we're in a unique situation, as also said by the minister. You are Estonian diplomats. You have to tell this story. You also have to tell our story. And our story in this context is great. In 1991, we restored our independence. The Russian forces were here. They did not want to leave. Tallinn was occupied by a division headed by General Gerasimov. 1991, 92, 93, 94. Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin met at one of these famous summits where Yeltsin was asked, "Will you remove forces from Estonia?" And he said a famous one-word response, "No, niet. We will not be taking them out." Yet, the 31st of August 1994, they were gone. 3 years later, we started accession talks with the European Union. 10 years later, we had joined NATO and the EU, fully fledged members. It's the blink of an eye in the history of the world, a blink of an eye in European history. The offices of the minister and my offices are in the former offices of the Secretary of the Communist Party. We're working in a building at the front of which is a statue brought from the occupied Cuba, and Gerasimov was sitting here in 1993. Office in Tondi, units in Rävala. Our story, these basic facts known to all primary school students, should confirm for everyone that when it comes to Russia and pushing them back to their own borders, absolutely everything is possible. It is possible. If we convince Russia that that's the only way, they will withdraw, they will leave just as they left Estonia. And likewise, we can use our own story, which you know better than anyone. Just as anything is possible, nothing is certain. Absolutely nothing is certain. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were the only members of the Union of Nations who, after the war, did not become members of the UN. The diplomatic part celebrated the Charter of the UN, the anniversary of the Charter. But we were not among those countries who signed the Charter at the time it was established, because we were not on the map. And if we read the texts from statesmen in 1938 and 39, everything seemed stable. We had Europe, we had the Union of Nations, but everything can be crushed and turn into dust in the blink of an eye if we allow foolish games, naive games with certain Pandora boxes. If we should learn anything at all from the 20th century, learn anything from this terrible time, it's that those without a voice are not noticed. And of course, those shouting will not be heard. And having a balance between the two of those by telling our story and demanding others not to stand for our interests, but for them to remain true to their own declared policies. This is the role that Estonia has to play on the international stage. I have no doubt that we will manage. 1 year from now, 1 year we will come together again and talk about Putin falling. We will think of how difficult it was. We will probably celebrate with Ukrainians and rejoice. But I have one recommendation. Do not place yourselves in a situation today when in 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, you will be looking at yourself in the mirror, thinking back on today, and you start forming sentences we should have. The times are too serious for that. We will definitely win, but we do not need to take chances. If we can do more, let's do more. If we can make even the slightest more of an effort, let's do it. It's never too much. We have to follow this principle right now. This is the time where we are setting the security structure that will remain in Europe for decades. It is being set in Ukraine, but it's also being set for us. And here today, in the 21st century, we will not be bystanders. We will be participating. We will be bothering others. We will be nagging them. We will be taking chances. But all of this to have a voice at a time when the European future is being determined. So those are the tasks before us. I think I might have exceeded my time considerably, but I was inspired by the audience. But if we have time for questions, then yes, but I don't think we have time. So ask questions from each other at the coffee table and from the organizers. Have a nice day and enjoy your time here in Tallinn, and I hope to meet you again.
Sadly, we do not have time for questions right now, but as I said later, you can use this QR code, give feedback, write comments, and maybe Mr. Vseviov will also give answers to your questions that you may put. It was really an inspiring speech, especially at our Congress here, which has been organized by the Estonian World Council. This is a traditional Congress related to ESTOs. So these issues are really topical, and sadly they are topical again. But one of the actions of the Estonian World Council of the recent years occurred last year related to the mass flight of 1944 and 80 years from it. Across the world, donations were gathered and an amount was gathered that made it possible to erect a monument in Pärnu for the refugees. And eventually the Estonian World Council is an organization that has been created by the refugees of then. And many people have been thinking about this, although today we have already new generations after those who had to flee in 1944. We are going to look at a 3-minute video and then we are going to have a panel discussion that applies mostly to all these different components that make up the collective national identity. It's not just the language, it is our collective memory. It is our stories that we can convey to the next generations. And even if the language is not so perfect any longer or is not being used, it still supports our identity. So the language is not just the only possibility. Memory is really important, and we are going to discuss this very soon. So after this video, we will have a video presentation by Ivi Zayedova, who is head of the 1944 mass flight action group. She's not present here today, and I'm going to say a few words about her as well, and also about the moderator of the next panel discussion. She's Piret Noorhani, who is chief archivist in Canada of the Vemu Estonian Museum. She is actually graduated from the University of Tartu. She's been working in the Museum of Literary Museum and the Estonian National Museum, and since 2009 she's been living in Canada. and has been in charge of Vemu Museum as chief archivist. She's done a lot of other things as well. She's also founded the Baltic Heritage Network, one of the founders, and also in charge of the Music Week. And she's done many other things, but let's first see the video and then we will ask the members of the panel to come up here.
Oli teada, et kas me läheme Siberisse või püüame põgeneda.
Paljudel oli valik, et minna ei taha, aga jääda ei saa.
Tapmised, NKVD piinamised, vägistamised, see kõik kordub.
Meie põgenesime ka siit. Meid oli 7, onu, tädi, vanaema, vanaisa, mina ja mu vanemad. See oli väga-väga tormine septembri lõpp ja külm.
80 000 eestlast arvatavasti lahkus nende paari päeva jooksul, tegelikult umbes nädala jooksul toimus see suur põgenemine.
See käsi on ka nagu suur mingi saatuse voog või mingi kosmiline, et see kistakse lahti inimesed, aga ometi samast materjalist, samast tihjaga üks.
Aga siis üks kalurinaine ütles, et te peate nüüd minema, nüüd kohe te peate minema, muidu te ei saa kunagi minema.
Siluet kalus närre ja siis kõlas mu isamaa, mu enda rõõm. Nii sosinal kuidagi moodi läbi pisarate. Tallinn langes just sellel ööl, et see oli nagu viimane hetk.
Mu isamaa, mu õnn ja rõõm, kui kaunis oled sa.
Rootsis me olime 5 aastat, lootusega alati, nagu kõik eestlased, et see on ajutine asi. Kui Rootsis elasin, pidevalt küsiti inimeste käest, et miks te nüüd koju ei lähe? Minge nüüd koju, sõda on üle, minge koju.
Praegu on sama otsustamist ees seisavad rahvad Ukrainas, eks.
Kui Rootsi riik hakkas baltlasi välja andma, isa ütles, et me peame siit nii kaugele läände minema kui võimalik.
Mulle tundub, et need, kes läksid siis Vene ajal, neid ka nagu süüdistati, reeturiteks peeti.
Ja me proovime ka parandada seda arvamist, et me jooksime ära või läksime paremat elu otsima või midagi sarnast.
Ühisteadvuses Eestis seda kahjuks ei ole veel tulnud.
Kui seda ei teata, mis juhtus, siis minu meeles teeb nulliks väliseestlaskonna ka.
Ütleme otseselt, meie mälu on ka meie hing.
Sõna puudutus, kes jäi, kes lahkus, kes armastas, kes ütles nägemiseni, seal on palju tähendusi selle juures ja ma arvan, et see väga sobiv.
Head rahvuskongressil osalejad. Olen Iivi Saedova ning teinud 2006. aastast väliseestlastega intervjuusid Eesti teadusfondi grandi juhtimised ja täitmised. Ja aastal 2018 algatasin 1944. aasta suurpõgenemise teabeseminäride Kuna füüsiliselt polnud võimalik rahvuskongressist osaleda, siis sain võimaluse teha lühiettekande veebilehel. Kuid samas puudub mul kahjuks võimalus reageerida osaleda moderaatori ja teiste osalejate arutelul. Minu 1944. aasta suurpõgenemise teema valiku põhjus rahvuskongressis on lihtne. Lisaks eelpool mainitule olen ülemaailmse Eesti keskkonnaga esindaja Tšehhis ja suurpõgenenud 1944 toimkonna asutajaliige ja intervjuude tegemisel meie pagulastega ilmnes, et Eesti ühiskonnas pole vaatamata arhiivi andmetele ja tehtud intervjuudele levinud küllalt teadmine meie
data, people do not have so much information about the refugee groups. And the reason is that we have been separated violently for almost 50 years. And the diaspora remembers the mass flight as a mourning event. But in Estonia, people have not noticed properly and marked properly the fact that 80,000 people left in 1944. The Estonian World erect a monument
tingitud meie organisatsiooni okupatsiooniaegsetest poliitilistest tingimustest, mil võltsides ajalugu laimati pagulasi kodumaa reetjateks. 2019. aastal loodud suurpõgenemise toimkond nägi seetõttu vajadus alustada Eesti avalikkuses suurpõgenemise äramärkimist kindlal septembri kuupäeval, lähendades meie pagulaste lugusid ja mälu erinevatel viisidel, mis on ju seotud Eesti rahvusliku identiteediga.
Because all this has to do with Estonian national identity.
Osaks sellele vaatama.
Part of our collective memory, irrespective of that. In 2019, at the World Congress, I pointed out that the time after the Second World War could be viewed both from the perspective of the Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic and the refugee community. But to this date, the mass flight and the freedom has been dealt with as if it stood outside Estonia's history. The war launched in Ukraine in 2022 saw the same horrors repeated, and this also brought back our memories, and this maybe helped to understand better the Estonian refugees. We need to have a better understanding in Estonia about what is the experience of the refugees after the Second World War, and the society should equally hear the voice of the refugees in addition to the ones who were deported. So I would like to thank the first supporters in 2018 from the Estonian Lutheran Church and the Estonian organizations. And after a year, the support became larger, showing that interest was increasing. And we have been inspired by both the Estonian and foreign communities. And the Estonian media has more articles about refugees. There's exhibitions, films, seminars organized, archives are being organized, and so on and so forth. I'll give you a few examples about how memory brings us together. There's memorial days in Haapsalu and in Tallinn to mark the occasion of mass flight. Also events in puiestee, the studies by the Estonian Institute of Memory and the European Memory Project about the experience of female refugees. In addition, there's meetings of the refugees with students, and also the play by Elin Toona, one of the refugees, famous refugees writers. And a monument was put up in Pärnu, which was supported by the Estonian National Committee in the United States. And there was an article in Estonian media about the Tallinn city government making a decision to put up a memorial in Maarjamäe also for the mass flight. This has been one of our aims as well. So a shared memory supports the whole and brings together the communities, gives us the possibility for development and strengthening the historical cultural ties with Estonia. And it is very important that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and its Department for the Diaspora and Cultural Diplomacy is supporting. Although a lot has been done, we still have to have a long way to go, and we wish you a good and interesting Congress, and until we meet again.
We do apologize for the quality. It's been done in homely conditions. And let's now work forward and work on with the topic. We also have a fourth panelist coming. Can you all hear me? Yes, it seems so. Welcome, everyone. It has been a very interesting introduction to our panel, and it has actually created this context in which all of us who are working the historical memory of Estonians abroad and culture and preserving it. And as a person of the historical memory, I have to admit that since February 2022, the way how I think in my everyday work and plan my everyday work, it has changed considerably. A feeling of threat brings us together, but a feeling of danger, it also wakes us. And we are more awake than perhaps a few years ago, more sensitive to certain topics. And a big thanks to Maja Linnask and Ilona Kolberg for this opportunity to share our thoughts with you today. When I saw the people invited to the panel, first of all, I was astounded because 3 of the 4 persons are actually Estonians. And one of them is an Estonian abroad, 16 years in Canada in the autumn, and our only expatriate Estonian has become a home Estonian. It's pretty symptomatic. Having worked with the Baltic Heritage Network for nearly 20 years now, and which was also brought up in our yesterday's panel discussion, is that it's positive how these 2 communities have come closer to each other. Evie did say that there is still much work to be done to inform different generations and the Estonian public of what has happened in history, what Estonians abroad experience. But as a professional, I see that many more bridges have been built, and mutual trust has increased, and this helps us do our job. And I hope that all of us, for whom this historical memory of Estonians abroad has been created through later cooperations and research work, that all of us still understand the world where most of you come from. But who are our panelists today? As you know, Meelis is working with the Institute of Historical Memory. He's a historian who has worked with the issues of repression of Estonian people, whether those who were deported, sent to the east, or now in recent years with the topic of Estonians and what happened to those who escaped to the west. So your project of trying to map and find all the souls that were forced to leave Estonia, it seemed like an impossible task at first, but hats off to you that you have been doing this impossible task, and you've been doing it so well. And Jaanika has also been working with Estonians abroad for as long as she can look back at her work in literary history. And Estonians abroad have been the center of her focus and interest for all these years. And through this, she has had contacts with the Estonian communities abroad and societies abroad. And I think Tiina needs no introduction. I bet everybody knows about her works and contribution. This is the only Estonian who was born abroad, born in the US, worked there, educated there, and worked in the US as well as Canada. And in addition to studying literature, she also has done a lot for collecting our oral history and memory. She launched a group in Toronto which has published many works about these memoirs, and she has started the same initiative in Estonia and is an author of many thematic collective works and academic works. As you can see on the screen, we have been given some questions, but I took the liberty of changing the order of the questions. And I would first maybe like to go to question number 2, the mass flight, because this is the root topic. And ethnologists have been using this term, and historians in the Summer University of the Baltic Heritage Network was used in June this year, that Estonian migration has taken place in waves. The first was when people mainly went to the east. There was voluntary migration, those who were given land, and those who were criminals who were sent to Siberia and who founded their own villages. The second big wave is the wave of which you are descendants largely. And the third wave is people who have left during the time of Free Estonia, whether for professional reasons, to study, for family reasons, and the young people just go to discover the world. Thinking of the Estonian communities abroad today, then for many of them, the root topic is still the mass flight. Even though new members have been added to their communities, like us, I have been added. So there's no question of whether it has any role, but what we can ask the panelists is, through your experience, how can you determine these communities today, now that the communities are generationally diverse? They are diverse by origin, but also from Estonian perspective. How your own activity or research has been affected by the mass flight? What kind of a role does this mass flight have today, not only abroad, but for Estonians in general, because we are trying to become one big global Estonian family? Perhaps we could start here with Meelis.
Thank you for telling that I'm not a specialist of diaspora Estonians. I've been dealing with this issue through my research work, and I've gotten a certain impression which in the context of today might be relevant at least. When you mentioned these 3 different waves, there might have been even more of them, although over the past 100, 150 years, these were the major ones. Then, no doubt, those who left Estonia during the Second World War, I wouldn't only say that it was the 1944 flight, although this was a mass flight, but people started leaving Estonia already in 1940 during the Red Year. So the wave of refugees during the Second World War, then at least in Estonia, it determines the current diaspora and the problems that the Estonians abroad have, starting looking from here, are related mostly with the refugees who left during the Second World War. But people also left towards the West at the beginning of the 20th century, in the 1920s and 30s as well. So they must also be viewed through the context of the leavings of during the Second World War, although there are also some contradictions there as well. But if we are not specifically looking at the diaspora issues, then I cannot see a big difference or a conflict between attitudes that was mentioned by Mrs. Sayedova. I have different worries. I have not noticed that the attention or the attitude towards people who left Estonia decades ago, that the attitudes would be problematic or not recognized, or that they are not noticed or they are infuriated. I think in maintaining the collective memory of Estonians is not the fact that the diaspora community is being forgotten or left aside. But given the current situation where the borders are open, at least towards the west, very many young people are leaving Estonia. They get their education somewhere else, in Western Europe, in America, wherever, which is generally positive. And Estonia as a state has done a lot to get the talents back home once they've gotten their education elsewhere, so that they would come together and start contributing to the Estonian society. And they would have their different approaches and views. This is all right, but what is negative for me as a historian that accompanies this movement, namely the people who get their higher education somewhere outside Estonia, studying humanities, history, social issues, the picture that they get about history studying in Western Europe or America, this picture could be quite different from what we consider in Estonia as our correct history. So how come this happens? And I come back to the war in Ukraine, mentioned by both the Minister and the Secretary General. So during the war in Ukraine, they have realized that in many Western European and American universities, there has been dedicated special vision of history that also the Russians are sharing. So many of these universities have adopted the vision of history that the Russians want to view as correct history, and this is being conveyed also to our young people who, as relatively clean sheets, go to these Western universities and then return to Estonia to share this Western wisdom at home. So this is like a backdoor thing to demolish or destroy our collective memory. So this is more of a problem than anything else, in my opinion. But I cannot see any problems in Mrs. Zayedova's vision. I do agree with you. Yes, I think we do not have to worry that things are not done properly, because this process just takes time. Nothing happens fast. Ravseviev said that we have been doing a lot of rapid reacting as well, but certain processes really took time. Jan, well, it's a great honor to participate in this diaspora Congress here. So I wanted to start by apologizing first. I do not have experience that would justify me speaking about these things, but I have collected, mediated memories by listening to other people's memories. But these have been individuals. And when we are speaking about the mass flight of 1944, then my knowledge are mostly related to individual stories. And let me tell you right away, for me, the mass flight, well, obviously 1944, the end of September, and so on, was the main thing when the largest number of people left. But actually, there were other times as well when people left. And I just give you a few examples. The Arto Radisson left 1944 in September together with Maria Under and other writers from the port of Tallinn. Henrik Viisnapuu from Jaagarahu port in Saaremaa took a ship to Germany. Karl Ristikiri in 1943 in the autumn to Finland, and in 1944 continued to Sweden from there. And the rarest, Karl Astrumor in 1941 at the beginning from Petsamo in North Finland, occupied now by Russia, took a commercial ship, commercial ship as a diplomat to Brazil. So if we look at these 4 cases, 4 different flights from Estonia, and also the destinations in different parts of the world, and how they were participating in the cultural life or in the life of the local Estonian community and bringing this together, then I think Henrik Viisnapuu is the best example. It was a safe country in Sweden, but Germany was still in war. It was destroyed. So when you had a train, then it was yesterday's train, but not the one on schedule. But Viisnapuu was able to bring together the Estonian people in Kaislingen, in the large camp for Estonian, and he organized the Global Estonian Literary Society, and he was also able to publish this Koguja collection. And it was maybe he was unfortunate to end up in Kaislingen, but not in Sweden. But he was well known and well honored poet. So this was really a good thing for the rest of the community of Estonians in Kaislingen. So he gathered Estonians together through publications. For example, in 1944 already newspapers came out in Sweden, and also newspapers started to be published in the refugee camps in Germany. So I cannot consider myself as a scientist here or researcher, that I'm only focused on the stories of flights and refugees, but I've just come into contact with these stories. But the other thing that brings us together here in Estonia and abroad, because there was a certain distrust, a natural one, and maybe also an unnatural distrust that was created between us. And the fact that it was possible to create trust afterwards. Yeah, at the beginning there were problems, but let me give you a personal example. When in 1990, thanks to Peter Olesk as his student, I went to Sweden for the first time and ended up visiting Kalju Lepik. Then I told him that my father is not only member of the CPSU, but is also the chairman of the Communist Party unit on Soviet commercial ship. So he was lecturing the crews about Marxism and Leninism. And then Kalju Lepik looked at me and said, "Well, that's good that you told me that. Had someone else come and shared this with me, that you are hosting son of a party functionary." So building that trust at the end of 80s, early 90s, between people with no contacts at all or relatives that are living abroad. So that was also important. Before I give the floor to Tiina, I must say that from the point of view of VEMU, we organized collection campaigns if we need new materials or when we want to have an exhibition put out. But the most productive campaigns have been about flights. This is what you get when you get the most materials, written memoirs. So this shows that this is an emotionally very important issue in communities. We could see this last autumn when we were marking the 80th anniversary of the mass flight. And Jaanika showed us that the stories could be different. There is no typical story. They were different. But maybe what is common to all of them is the experience of trauma, because getting over the trauma could be very different in different people. Tiina, what would be your ideas or comments looking from the inside, because you come from a diaspora community? It is really, I've been born in the New York Buffalo. My parents were refugees, both. My both parents first went to Germany, met at the university in Germany, and then they, in 1950, went to the United States, and I was born a few years later there. I was born into an Estonian language family. Certain measures were used in order to get access to the outside world so that the local language environment was to be kept. For example, we didn't have a TV set, so that the child did not get access only to the English language. And this also had certain consequences. This has shaped me psychologically. I was missing certain things. I was stupid. I didn't know about certain things when we went to school. I didn't understand the pop culture. The songs and stories were I didn't know about them, but our home was Estonian language school. I was also student of the special Estonian school in Buffalo that was established in 1961, and children from the ages of 4 to 15 were brought together there. And we were different groups. We were kindergarten groups, and there were language classes for bigger children. Estonian history was spoken about, and there was also the movement for scouts and guides, and we had the local choir. We celebrated all sorts of important occasions like Christmas, Easter, and also Independence Day. And those who had a summer cottage outside the city, we also celebrated Midsummer. We had an organized society in Buffalo, Estonians. We had also the congregation, Lutheran congregation. We were not deeply religious, but this was part of the maintaining connection with our homeland. And now, many years ago, I started asking myself, when refugee stories started to be told about and what they meant, then I had been hearing these two stories in my own home that I'm not going to share with you today. But my mother's story was very tragic, extremely tragic. My father's story was one case of being lucky. For example, he was, they wanted to take him to the German army, but he got out of it because of telling some lies. So there are two stories, a very tragical one and a positive one. So they shaped our environment at home, and they were told around the time when they had left Estonia. It need not be the 22nd of September, but around that time. So by the time when I went to school, these stories were part of my heritage. But from the scientific point of view, I asked myself, when these stories started to be told in the Estonian community, when the community started to understand what had happened and what were the consequences thereof. And I put together this book, Rändlindude pesad, the nests of migratory birds. And I did this together with the Viljandi Cultural College. The students of Merle Karusoo came to Toronto within the framework of this one project, and they also interviewed the members of the second generation, and the materials were put together into this book then, Rändlindude pesad. And I wanted to understand the context, and then I started to read these newspapers that had started to be published already in the first days after flight. Teataja newspaper started to be published in Sweden already in October 1944, and those were available in archives. And I asked myself, when the stories about leaving Estonia were started to be told there, and it is surprising that there were not so many of those, and only many years later I understand why this was the case, because the experience was so recent and it just existed in everybody, and you didn't have to share this even. You didn't have to put down these stories. You shouldn't be vocal about this, as my parents said, because everyone had gone through this. Everyone had this experience. You didn't have to share these stories. What you needed was to seek the people who were lost. For example, with whom you went to left Estonia together, but whom you lost, for example, in the quarantine camps in Sweden. So you put notices or announcements in newspapers in order to find these people. So these were the messages that you could get and were important at the very beginning. But sharing of the stories, well, it did happen, but it happened when time had given you some perspective, when those moments were past already, when the people realized that there was no turning back. And then the question is, when did this happen? For many, this happened after the war ended, when they realized that the Soviet occupation was going to continue, and that the attempts to get rid of occupation had not succeeded diplomatically and politically. So people started to understand that they've lost their home, and the homeland has been occupied. And realizing this jointly was something that started also to bring about the experience about fleeing. And this is the time when more of the stories started to be put down in writing. And let's not forget that some people have been keeping diaries. I only recently, last year, when I was preparing for a seminar organized by Ivi Sajedova in the Estonian Literary Museum on the 17th of September, I went to the Estonian National Museum to look at the archives about fleeing. And there was a questionnaire with specific questions about people who had left Estonia. And this material showed me that there were many people who had been keeping a diary, and one of the diaries was by a 14-year-old boy. And he had ended up in quite peaceful environment, and even before ending up in the refugee camp, he had been just boring. He had been writing down things. He was interested in history, music, physics. He had brought along a physics textbook as well, so he had nothing to do in October 1944. So he kept a diary, and on the basis of this diary, he gave answers to this questionnaire. And this showed how a 14-year-old boy was thinking. different from a person of 45 years old. So his story was quite different. It was more peaceful. He realized only many years later, when they were in the refugee camp in Germany, when he could continue his music classes as well. Only then he started to realize what had happened to him. It depended a lot on how old the person was when they were leaving Estonia. And I'm also asking, what was celebrated in Estonian communities and what was spoken about in Estonian communities? When I was putting together this book, one of my questions was when the Estonian society started to be formed abroad. The more I looked at it, the more it became clear to me that the society had already actually come over from Estonia. There was no breakup. The organization started to be put together by these people who had the experience in organizing things, who had already had a lot of experience, which made it possible for them to organize people. So there was no breakup. So the question is, when the Estonian societies had built their existence on foundational trauma, and I met this during my studies. So that means that the question why a society or community is existing and acting, it is the foundational experience was the experience of flight or fleeing. So the question is whether the event of fleeing was celebrated in the communities. And I haven't found a proper answer to this, but this is something that should be done from the newspapers and publications to see what organizations marked what kind of events. And I'm sure that in these Estonian schools, this event was marked when children were taught about history, but whether this was celebrated in the same way, not celebrated, marked in the same way as the deportation date of the 14th of June was marked or commemorated. So maybe it would be possible to find answers from you as well. And eventually, what are the marks in the second generation among people who were born outside Estonia but into Estonian families? So what are the stories that these people remember about fleeing? And these were also the questions that the Viljandi students were seeking to. So when they were asked to speak about how their parents had fled, there were emotional stories. They were thinking about what it meant to leave or lose their homeland and to go and face the unknown. But what was lacking was the historical framework. So these stories were shared in the families together with the emotions. But when the historical foundation was weak, then, for example, the young people didn't even know where their parents had ended up. What was their itinerary? For example, when the people went to Germany, then at first they went to this intermediate camp, then they were moving on to their relatives or took a next step to a next village. And when the DP camps were organized, how they ended up in these DP camps and how they moved on from them, went to different new places. So when the historical and geographical framework is lacking, then it is very difficult to keep this story together and to share this as a coherent story. So even last year, when I had this possibility to be in Toronto and have a memorial lecture to Vello's thoughts on the when we were commemorating the 80th anniversary of the Great Mass Flight, then I found that all sorts of campaigns have helped maintain the story of the mass flight. Even the ESTO newspaper is publishing the stories of these people fleeing. And you can notice the emotional environment in which they are being being shared, but it is necessary to add the historical perspective here.
So I would like to ask how we are doing with time. Is it okay if we continue our panel until 12:15? We will be having a slight change in the agenda. Martenser will be starting the second half of the day at 1:30, but you can continue until our lunch break. Thank you for this, but let's go to what was originally question number 1 concerning language, literature, journalism, this mental line that's been tying together all the communities. And nowadays, when we think of this, we think of the language question, because we all know that in communities, the loss of language is happening, and we cannot tell the Estonian story only in the Estonian language today. And I think we don't really need to discuss so much the importance of Estonian literature abroad, how important the publishers' work is, whether as academic research or members of community, we are aware of this. But I would pose the question from today's perspective. And what also happened was a bit due to the commemoration of the mass flight, is that the second generation Estonians abroad have started writing their own books, their family stories, some stories of their own integration. And these are the people who are trying to give forward this historic framework, because it's something that they lack themselves, and they notice this lacking also with the next generations. Anna Remmel published a very exciting book in Toronto in English. Kaia Gallagher in America wrote of her family's flight story also in English. And it's the year of the book, as you can see on Janika's shirt. We are celebrating 500 years from the first printed word in Estonian. But Estonian culture is a very written and language-based culture. How to function in this situation, to keep together the communities as a reading and writing community? How do you see these medias playing their role in today's environment? So I will give the floor to whoever comes up with an answer first. You can just start speaking. Well, I will start then, although I don't really have anything significant to contribute from today's perspective. As a literary person and literary historian, literature is first and foremost related to memory and language. But these flight stories, specifically, these in itself might not be anything new language-wise. Literature develops the language, especially poetry, and these stories can be written down in any language. And this is what is very important for the people in their new country of habitat to tell this story. They need to understand who their neighbors are there. So writing in a local, well, usually in an English language, is often quite important. And I'm amazed. I haven't recently heard how far has Angela Ogle, an English-speaking person, made it. She, for years, lived as a neighbor of a friend of Hendrik Visnapuu, and later discovered after the death of this Estonian neighbor lady, Silvia, she started researching the Estonian history, because the things left behind by this neighboring lady included the works. But it's a pity that it's done more in our own Estonian language environment. Perhaps a bit superficially, we are looking things from our own perspective, and we read in an English language. The young people are reading second, third generation literature which is not translated because it's not worth it, but they are not reading our own literature. But yes, preserving Estonianness began in camps through the lasting of these institutions by establishing new institutions. I think in Sweden we had a very important institution, Estonian Committee, which represented many Estonians in Sweden and dealt with education questions and publishing journalism. And it's also important that it was very close to the Estonian exile government. So education and Estonian language school network. In Sweden, it was probably the most developed compared to other countries. Jüri Karlsheim would probably have more to say on this. But through language, preserving culture through language is important for me, but we also have to understand this that we cannot live in silos. We have to consider the environment where we live in. Communication, exchanging thoughts is mutual, and if you live somewhere else, then it's polite. Unlike representatives of our neighboring country here in Estonia, it's polite to speak to local people in their own language. I had a thought listening to Jannika as a literary expert. Shouldn't we start translating some part of this expatriate literature into English? It has not been done a lot, but this should be done maybe for the message to reach the youth abroad. Elin Toona's book, Into Exile, was translated into English, and it was well received. So these root texts should reach the young Estonians who will never reach the language level to actually read Ristikivi in the original language, perhaps. Tiina, I'm sure you have thoughts on this. You mentioned Elin Toona, but I will say immediately that in the local Estonian community, it was a slight sensation when Loitu Kata was published. This book by Elin Toona in the Estonian Writers Cooperative series had to be in 1968, couldn't have been much earlier. But every year we had been reading Kevade by Oskar Luts. Every year we started it from the beginning, and it was read until our training went on. But finally it was a bit limited and boring. And once this Loitu Kata was published, and a parent who was ordering books from the Estonian Writers Cooperative discovered that this book exists, and this book is suitable for young people because all literature published for Estonians abroad was not thought suitable for the youth. But once this published, this became the book to be read. And it was quite funny because we compare this Loitu Kata with what Elin Toona wrote in her book Into Exile. There is a great difference because Loitu Kata had this optimism and humor of a small girl, but a wider framework around the flight route was much darker, more tragic, especially the stage when they reached England and this child had no place there. So it was quite a sensation in our small community, and this showed us that having these books is important because having fresh Estonian literature. But these books from the cooperative were not ordered by all families in our 400-member community. Far from it. People did not have the means, and perhaps they did not simply have money for it, and they might not have been as big literary enthusiasts, and they ordered literature only because they wanted to support the initiative. So in retrospective, if we could go back and see in which homes these books existed, it would be very interesting. But a more acute question was the lack of children's literature. One book describing one childhood was very popular with those young people who did not have much to read in Estonian. And this is a continued problem. A solution. People try to find a solution for this, especially for small children, with taking small children's books in English, and they taped over line by line in Estonian. It was very successful in Toronto because in my one of my childhood memories, we had Sinitigu. It was translated from Swedish, and it had these glued-on subtitles, which eventually wore off, and it was then eventually only in Swedish. But this book was a good example of how people tried to understand the lack of children's literature, and they tried to improve the situation. My father was a director of the Estonian Continued Education School. He said this is a supportive measure. It supports what's taking place in families. If you could speak English with your child at home all the time and come to the training school once a week and hope that the school magically fixes the situation and helps your child communicate freely in Estonian, you're mistaken. And he did not grow tired of repeating this, but people still believe that this is the thing that will help children learn and become proficient in Estonian. And also the language of the external community was important. What was the language they talked in daily? Did the parents try to continue speaking in English when the child came home from school, hoping that they would advance in this language? The parents were afraid that a child would not be successful in the English language environment. It was said that many who escaped to Sweden and from there further, the children of school age, had a double language level. They had already learned one language, whether in Stockholm or elsewhere in Sweden, and then they had to study English. So this was already a second language, and some parents were worried that the child would struggle, and if they struggle with the language, they will struggle in school, and so they tried to speak English at home. I remember my father having a chat with Dr. Karl Auna, whose children were much older than me and my brother, on how to solve the problem. I happened to hear of this, and Karl Aun said, definitely speak Estonian at home. They will manage English anyway because this is what the situation demands, and the Estonian children will soon learn English properly and might even help parents at home who struggle with English. This was my parents' choice and was successful, but there were other homes that made other choices. A few words about journalism. Journalism was very important, if not the main thing, compared to Estonian fictional literature that was published. Journalism was the blood circulation of society. It had notices, the means of communication. Don't forget that right now we are living at a time where information exchange is not a problem. It's one click away. But at that time, newspapers were printed, sent out, mailed, delivered. And it was very important for us if once a week or twice a week when you lived in Toronto, the Estonian language newspaper was published. I think it was a very important blood circulation for Estonian society. And that would be all for this, and maybe we continue with the other topics. Maybe let's move forward with the third topic. I think this is a strong topic for Meelis, the topic of disinformation. And my experience with Vemu is that very clearly and suddenly we are at the forefront of an ideological fight with our museum job. Your exhibition of Ukrainian history at the external walls of the college wall, tens of thousands of people passing the walls. But we had to fight the trolls and had to explain why one or the other work depicted this or that. So museums are not boring and peaceful things, places where people imagine the museum workers just napping behind their tables and scrambling with papers. No, especially not now. How to fight disinformation with, if you have knowledge of history, that's a weapon, is it not?
I would like to comment about this Ukrainian exhibition. It did not mean there was an ideological war in Toronto only because of that. The Estonian and English version was also exhibited in Tallinn in front of the fence, on the fence in front of our building in Tallinn. And over that time, we could respond to the Polish embassy to their inquiries twice in a very polite manner, because Polish citizens had approached the Polish embassy when they noticed a few sentences in this exhibition that did not coincide their view of history. Once they also came to us and asked to see me, because I was in charge of putting together this exhibition. They wanted to explain that things were wrong, so they ended up in the Polish embassy and complained to the ambassador that the vision of theirs was different when they were thinking about either Eastern Poland or Western Ukraine. So we just let's leave us outside, because it is up to you to make up your minds about how to share your joint history. And you can end up in this kind of conflict just accidentally. But how does this apply to diaspora and local Estonians? Well, it is quite clear that during the Soviet occupation period, the then Soviet authorities saw this as a great opportunity to make use of, and they were actively using this disinformation campaign. Not only whom you liked or whom you did not like, but when relatively skillful propaganda was used to influence people, and it is clear that the differences are only increasing then. For example, when at a certain period those people who left to the west, they were seen in Estonia, local Estonia, as those who wanted to lead a good life, and then the stereotypical view of the people in the West were thinking that everybody here in Estonia were communists, like we just heard from the fellow speaker here. So it was up for the Soviet state to emphasize and amplify these kinds of attitudes. So in the first years, all communication between the diaspora and Estonia was very limited. But starting from the first half of the 1960s, when the cultural communication became possible even through the Iron Curtain, which was organized obviously by the Soviet authorities, then from the very beginning it was also knowingly organized by the Soviets what we are going to speak about whom we are going to speak about, and in which tone we are going to speak about. Having listened to the archives of the Estonian National Broadcasting Company from 63, 64, at the first half of the 1960s, when the themes used were about Estonians living abroad who had cooperated with the local German authorities here during the war and who had now left to different countries in the West, and by making use of the international situation where Germany had lost the war, so it was easy to blame those people who had been cooperating in whichever form with the German authorities. So this was a very easy way to blame those people for that. And there was no opportunity whatsoever to check whether this was true or not. And people from Canada here know that this problem was mentioned even in Canada last year. So the propaganda is being used so that you take a little piece of truth that someone had been working with the German authorities, and then you can build all sorts of stories to this piece of stories, so that nobody will really understand what it was all about. You do not have any mechanisms to deny this at all. So this discredits the whole diaspora. So you could say these are you are living together with these pure Nazis here. So they were the ones why your children had to die on the Western Front. So these kinds of things were very well organized in order to blame the diaspora Estonians. This continues up until today, really. I'm not going to give you examples about this, how Ukraine, through the war in Ukraine, it comes up again and again. So just keep a clear head and do not be too emotional when things like that come up. Try to ignore those if you can, and do not amplify them on your side, because all sorts of media publications are to be blamed for that. They pick up something from a Western or media about Estonia, but I think the editors might apply some internal censorship on what should be amplified and what not about things that get published about Estonia in Western media or any media. So, and this conflict was built for decades, really. And when we look back today, I think we have overcome these difficulties quite well. And so we have put this behind us without so-called civil war after Estonia regained independence. Yes, there were local conflicts between individuals or certain groups, but there was no total civil war in the early 1990s because of that. It's also interesting when we are abroad and to see the reactions of the local community there, because these are really sensitive issues concerning the people who were serving in the German army. And people were really scared for decades. They might be blamed for things that they never really did. So it is difficult for the communities still to speak about certain subjects. They have not found the way. Or, for example, when some young people want to touch this subject, then the oldest generation ask me, what right have you to speak about this? For example, one young man wanted to speak about his two grandfathers. One of them was a Jew and the other one was serving in the German army. And he just wanted to understand what this meant. So these issues still remain sensitive for the community, and I do understand this. But since we have this foreign enemy once again more active, we have to find a way of being sharing our own strong story, as was mentioned also by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Otherwise, this ideological attack pulls you down. Well, there are certain people, definitely, who feel to be blamed, feel that they are guilty, but this general attitude in a large community, not only in the Estonian community, but this was done by the Soviets knowingly in not only the Estonian community, but also Latvian, Lithuanian, Polish community, and the second and third generation still has to suffer from it. I hope as time goes by, there's less of it, and they should understand that this feeling of blame has been created in them knowingly. That doesn't mean that they actually have to be blamed for something. Looking at the watch, we will now give the possibility to the audience here for questions and then short answers, whatever these issues are that concern you. And please use also the microphone in order to speak from the audience.
Hello, I'm Sirje, also a literary researcher, currently Estonian living in America. I wanted to ask, based on Tiina's claim that newspapers with the blood circulation in communities abroad, how do you see with the situation when young people don't read the paper newspapers, the newspapers are online, and only a couple of newspapers with support from Estonia are published in Canada and Estonia? The Swedish Daily has already moved online. Is there something online? Nothing. Not even in Sweden, with such a strong community there. How do you think we could save this blood circulation at a time when everything is moving online and into English? Do we still need this blood circulation in the form of Estonian newspapers, or are they long dead? That's my question. So how to preserve this blood circulation? Well, yesterday we had a panel discussion on media topics. I did not participate, but hearing the summary, luckily we have Canada, America, Germany, in Sweden, National Rahvuslik Kontakt, which is published depending on how much time Sirla has. So we have publications. We have Kai Kilaspäe also at the back, who could tell us how Eesti Elu publication survives in Canada. But knowing the people in Canada and Toronto, we have the Tartu College funding Eesti Elu, the publication in Canada, but the work the newspaper is doing for finding readers for the online or paper version, it's an immense effort. And it's work driven by a feeling of mission. So Eesti Elu is published in 2 languages, can be read by those as well who no longer understand Estonian. It's difficult, but if we have resources, the Estonian government supports it somewhat, it's possible and it's definitely necessary. But the future is for many things to move online because there are less and less of those who read things on paper. Perhaps look towards Australia. Actually, a completely new portal engaging young people, Heia, which is now under a new name. So actually, in online versions, you can greatly engage young people as well and readers. If the global trend is for newspapers to move online, then it's possible to produce very interesting new products online as well. So hats off to Australia. And then we have numerous different newsletters that are published by different organizations and podcasts. Listen to Vemu's podcast with a lot of exciting stories. Kadri, you have the floor. Hello, I'm Kadri Linnas from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department for the Diaspora. A short comment. We have globalestonia.com. It's an online platform for Estonians living abroad. And it unites and pools all of these publications together. And it's tying all of them together. And of course, we have room for development. Yes, the world is changing. We still have hard copy newspapers. They will remain, I can imagine, but new vital newsletters and papers will be created, and they will all be combined on Global Estonia website. I would like to add that I'm very grateful to the editors of the newspapers, whether they be in Sweden, Canada, or the United States, and have been editing Estonian newspapers. I'm very interested in reading old newspapers, whether online or on paper. Likewise for me. Sirle, yes. Well, let's first go to the back of the room where the microphone is. I'm Marja, a journalist and researcher. Global Estonia does not actually help journalists very much and literature because it's official. Journalism, by its nature, is human-centered. It's non-official because the people who have learned or who have a feeling of mission are doing it by their heart. And the big question which Piret initially asked, and this excellent expression, blood circulation, which on the one hand means an institution, creating one, but the underlying idea that the Congress here today on the sidelines should keep thinking on how to actually unite and bring together the journalists to renew the blood circulation. And now let's give the floor to Sirle and then wrap up. Well, in Sweden, for example, after having created the youth organization in the previous ESTO, we have tried to encourage the young people to read. So from the archive, we drew a model which was come up with by Henri Laretei. And for 5 years in our community summer house led by Rävala on the western coast of Sweden, we've organized this event to bring together young people, and we tried to find 10 copies of one and the same book. We give it to these kids, and they read it throughout the day, and then they come up with a play to present to us what they have been reading. It's a very fun, interactive activity, and it's very engaging. If we have some of those young people here, maybe they can share their experience. For example, we have given them Läänemere isandad by Hendrik Mälk. And today we discussed Lotukata by Elin Toona. We also used that. Last summer we celebrated the jubilee of Helga No, and we took 5 different books by Helga No. We found 5 copies of each book around our village. And it was a powerful feeling knowing that the Estonian kids abroad are able to read Estonian. They can do it in whatever position, wherever, but they do it together with their friends. But this interactive activity together is very important. Journals or magazines or newspapers, they're not read as much, but work with the young people, for them to read, has to be interactive and engaging. And so this is a call for everyone. This is the year of the book. If you still don't have one, create your own book club. Read in Estonian about anything, read Estonian authors. And if you're interested, then stitching, embroidery has its own book, and we have a special carpet for this. And we have this special carpet to be embroidered to celebrate the 500th anniversary of the written Estonian word.
I would also like to thank everyone. Here we have now taken some time from your lunch break, 15 minutes, but please come back at 1:30. Sadly, we do not have lunch served for you as yesterday, but there's all sorts of places where you can go in the neighborhood. So please come back, because we have very interesting issues to be shared on the second half of the day, and young people also will be given the floor.
armsad inimesed, hakkame peale.
Let's start again.
Me oleme natukene nagunii juba
We are lagging behind in our schedule.
Tuleb, räägib meile natukene eilsest.
And next we are going to have an overview of the discussions at the Global Estonian Networks Day yesterday. Reet Marten-Seer, she is president of the Canadian Estonian organization, and she's going to give us a brief overview, and then we are going to discuss Estonian World Council things, and Aho Rebos is going to share this information with us. Thank you, Ilona. First, let me ask you, how many of you participated yesterday in the networking day? Please put up your hands. Oh, quite a number of people. Should I talk about this at all? That's the question. So how many were not participating? Okay. So I'll be very brief to give you an overview of the discussions, because these two things go together very well, what we are having here today and what happened yesterday, and our future work that is going to be shared. So the event was organized during the whole day of yesterday in the Cultural Hub. That was also part of the ESTO program, and we organized this together with the Estonian Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the ministry, and I can see Liina Viies is still here, and is Kadri Linnas there, and Marilyn Mõttus. So I would like to thank you for a very good and smooth cooperation over the past several months in organizing this event. That means that representatives of organized Estonians to come together in different workshops, 10 workshops, to discuss things that have been successful and things that are necessary to develop further. Organized Estonians have played an important role in maintaining and preserving the Estonian culture, identity and language outside Estonia. After re-independence, when the number of Estonians living abroad has grown 2.5 times, and we have paid more attention to maintaining and growing our different communities abroad. And the Estonian World Council also shows this growth. Last year we accepted Finland as a new member, and Norway from this year is an observer. From 2021, we have in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Marin Mõttus as ambassador at large for the Estonian diaspora. And we have also the Estonian Diaspora Action Plan, and they also need feedback in the ministry so that we could help contribute to developing the next Global Estonian Action Plan so as to meet better the needs of the diaspora. So the expected results are out here on the slide. I'm not going to read them out, you can read them yourselves. And the participants are also listed here. The representatives of Estonian organizations and representatives of institutions also related to diaspora. Altogether, we had 160 participants from 15 different countries, but at the same time, we also had a network, Estonian Chambers of Commerce and Business Diplomacy Advocates abroad. And we also had mini-expo where different institutions and companies were represented, for example, the National Library, Tartu University, Publishing House of Children's Books, and etc. And what were the general results? At the end of the day, so the main question was also given to the workshops. What kinds of activities and support is necessary for achieving the results and sustainability of your field of activity. And this is the list of our workshops. At the beginning, there were 4 questions that needed answers during the brainstorming, and the groups had sufficient time to answer these questions, about half an hour, first to think about it and then to discuss this. So the questions were, what is well in your field? What are your strengths? What are the difficulties, obstacles and problems? And what are the opportunities? And then we had a group discussion about the main question, and we asked that both the short-term and long-term perspective to be taken into account. And finally, the heads of the workshops, the names are listed here, so they presented a 5-minute summary of the work of each and every group. And all these papers with the ideas, the numerous papers of them were handed over to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and they have promised to take them down and send them forward to us, because there was a whole host of ideas that came out. As someone said, this is really a capital that we gather together. And I will give a few ideas that came out, because I had very little time to look at them after yesterday, because it was all very recent, and I also attended the Canada Day last night. So the results can be divided into 3 categories. First, inclusion. Second, cooperation. Third, communication. And I'd like to share a few things with you here as well. Creating networks is of great importance to everyone, and I know that yesterday several new networks were formed. So definitely there is a need for that in all of these fields of the workshops and the communities. And the idea was that we should cooperate more, not only in these groups and networks, but also cooperation should exist also between the different networks. It is also necessary to create a databases for the workshop themes. It could be located in the Global Estonian portal. Networks that work very well are the diaspora schools and archives. And we came to the conclusion that we have a lot of common, but there are also many differences. And the worries seem to be universal. Several communities are changing, which is logical and understandable. And some worries were the following: how to find those people who are not participating yet in the community activities, also how to engage young people and how to find new leaders. Young people are not speaking Estonian anymore, but are still interested in Estonian activities. They are participating in camps, in doing folk dances and song, participating in choirs even, especially during the year of the song festival. In some cases and in some places, the renewal is very difficult, and there might be also conflict inside the communities. There's a lot of interest in the memory issues, language and culture. This is really very valuable. And also the capital of trust is about to grow. This is important. We have definitely grown closer to each other in the recent years. And I also keep in mind here Estonia. We have come closer to Estonia. We are doing a lot more things together than even 3 or 4 years ago. Other worries, it is difficult to find people to carry on the jobs. There's leadership problems when there is a strong leader who is not there any longer, who will take over. So sustainability and issues like that is something that we should pay more attention to. The generations are getting older. We get the young people, but then they get their families, raise children. So how do we find the new leaders? This is a big issue. And money is always a problem. Where to find finances in order to support the organizations and their activities. And it is not only about money, the lack of money, but there's also a lack of human resources, people who are ready to undertake these jobs. Many participate, but they do not want to take on the leadership role. Cooperation is very important, and the fact that we are fragmented very often and sometimes we have too many organizations, which means that people in one community could bring these organizations closer or together and make them more effective in order to have better activities. It is, depending on the state, it is also difficult to come together physically because the distances are long. But during the pandemic, we also grew accustomed to being connected virtually, and the young people know how to do this very well, and there could be more of that. Some very good ideas that also were uttered. For example, to bring students from Estonia for a year, like exchange students, or to work at the organizations. For example, someone who would be connected with arts or folk dancing, because very often young folk dancers do not have materials. They do not know how to learn these dances because they do not have these possibilities. So if someone came to a community for 1 year to teach them during this year, so there is also a lack of study materials in other fields as well, also in schools, Estonian schools. But there's also interest towards creating new organizations in several places where we have younger people turning up. For example, family camps have become popular, which is a very good idea, where the whole family comes to a camp and engage in different activities. And another recommendation was that we should improve information exchange and communication. So the Global Estonian portal could be the focal point for communication, and people should be more aware of the Global Estonian portal because people do not know really about it and how to use it. And we could also have more cooperation with the Estonian Broadcasting Company so that people living in Estonia would know more about the diaspora activities. The general atmosphere was very positive, and we all thought that a lot of work has been achieved by using not so much money, and that's due to voluntary work mostly. And you here today know this very well. But it would be also very useful to have a continuous funding. And that is why the school network of diaspora works so well, because we have Merike Barbarok, who has been hire to do this work, and this is really, really important and helpful. And as I said before, we will analyze these ideas that came up, and we will also share these summaries and more information about yesterday's work and its results, especially to those who signed up yesterday and left their contact data. Thank you for participating yesterday and today, and I hope that other people turn up at the next networking day. Thank you all, and if you'd like to add any comments and questions, but Ilona says that we have no time for those. Well, many thanks.
Thank you so much, Red. But indeed, we are lagging behind with our schedule quite a bit, and so we will be moving forward on to the next topic, which will be introduced by Aho Rebas, who is a representative of the Association of Estonians in Sweden in the World Council, and he will be talking about Estonian communities abroad. A short overview. All of us are very different. I think in the Estonian World Council we have 12 organizations at the moment, and mostly it's the central organization of the respective country. We have different backgrounds, our aspirations and problems are different, but the topic of ESTO is together, and so we are trying to find solutions together, and we are looking to the future with hope. Aho recommended that I look at his CV from Wikipedia, but there's so many things that he has done, so I will not be going through them all, but I can say that for decades he has been very active in Sweden. All kinds of organizations and events. He has been leading these. He has been the director of the school in Göteborg and all kinds of other things. And in addition to being a representative from Sweden at the Estonian World Council, he was the former chairman of the World Council before Sirle Sööt. So many services that he has done also for the state of Estonia since the 1990s. But I will say this because I believe it's very special that in 1993 he worked as a consultant for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and as the head of the counterintelligence department also. So imagine the range of skills that this man has. A master's degree in philosophy, who studied literature, Nordic languages, taught these languages, as well as geography. So very multifaceted and capable person doing the Estonian thing in Sweden. Aho, you have the floor. Hello. This is a very bold task I have taken upon myself to summarize in 15 minutes everything that you already know quite well. And on what I could keep on going for 5 hours or 5 days or even longer. But this is a little summary. I will be presenting a bunch of slides. I will not comment all of them. Some I will just display. If you have questions at the end, then you can ask them, and we will handle some things more longer. Some things are my opinions, some are evaluations, some are facts. And I think it would be good to have a bit of controversy on whether what I'm saying is true or not. And so I will start with a legend. Many of you have heard what Ernest Hemingway, laureate of the Nobel Literary Prize, has said, that in each port you can meet an Estonian. It's almost true. But the thing is, he wrote a book in 1937.
To have or to have not.
the book To Have or Have Not. And in this book he writes about Estonians in ports and harbors. A few lines from the book. In southern countries, no well-maintained yard harbor is complete without at least 2 Estonians with tan skin and salty hair who are waiting for their pay for the recent articles. And who he met were Ahto and Go Valter on a port in Cuba, and a movie was recently made about these brothers. So it's quite real that there were Estonians, those he met actually did exist. But let's move on. Some scientific facts. Why people go from one country to another. These are quite general things concerning the migration and fleeing of Estonians. All of these are mentioned here. And the last line is summarizing the situation right now. Many people live in 2 places at the same time. They have a place to live in Estonia and the US, or Sweden and Estonia, Finland and Estonia especially. And some commute between Finland for work to return back to the home and family for the weekends. And this multinationalism, many who have migrated later and those who migrated first, they are living in a dispersed manner and they're not participating in an organized activity for Estonians. And it has been said many times that those of us who are organized, devoting our time to this, we are an exception, we are the extreme, we are not the usual Estonians. We are all Estonians, but we are different depending on where we're living, depending on our background and so forth. And we can see it with the Central Council of the Global Estonia meetings, where we can see slightly different understandings in culture, how to deal with things. Sirla is laughing here at the front, but this is how it is, and it's completely natural. And of course, where we live, it affects how we live, and it affects our views. Let's move on quickly. Piret Noorhani already talked about this, that Estonian migration has had 3 major waves. The first was when Estonians were freed from slavery in the 19th century, and when they went en masse to Russia. There were more than 300 Estonian institutions at the time. They ended up in villages where Finns and Germans were already there, so it was quite diverse, and there are only a few of those left where Estonian background is remembered. In recent decades, I have studied the fate of Estonians and read books about Estonians in Siberia. Ivar Jürgenson has written a few of those. And I noticed that back in my youth in Sweden, I knew a lot about the Wild West, cowboys, Indians, Native Americans, how life was there. But it seems to me that life in the Wild East was especially wild. There are terrifying stories of people robbing each other, killing each other, villages being put on ferries and sent to the bottom of the rivers. And because Estonians were often very successful, hardworking, and they were outstanding by building better houses in their villages, this caused envy among others who were not as successful. And this caused big conflicts and problems. And in 1938, there was a great Global Estonian Congress in Tallinn, and the organized Estonians were represented from Asia and Africa and from more exotic places, as you can see on the slide. Some who were at first in Russia then went on to Canada. In Alberta we have barons and other villages where Estonians come together and say, we are proud to be Estonians. We're proud to be Canadians of Estonian origin. They speak in English with each other, but sometimes they sing a song in Estonian as well. So diverse and interesting backgrounds. The second big wave was the mass flight. These are approximate numbers. The numbers differ. I've seen what researchers have been writing here and there, but if any one of you have more precise numbers, go ahead. But regarding the numbers of Estonians here and there, these are often estimates. No one has been able to stand on the border and count them all. These are just approximates, a guesstimate. So this map shows the mass flight and deportations, and we must not forget here all the mobilizations to the German army and the Russian army, where many died and never returned to Estonia. A bit about the political activity of refugees. There were some diplomatic embassies left, but those politicians who made it to the West from the parliament, or I think it was in 1954 when they formed the exile government in Oslo. I've been quite active in Sweden, but I have no knowledge of them having decided anything or given any instructions that would have affected our activity. But they were there on paper, and they ultimately gave their powers to President Lennart Meri in Tallinn. But here are some other things and organizations which we've had a ton of. I will return to these, but these are more political. VEXA, in red letters, the Union for Developing Cultural Relations with Estonians Abroad. They tried to engage the youth, especially from the West, by offering amazing cultural programs to influence them to being friendly towards the Soviet Union. How successful they were, there's not a lot of data, but I don't think they had any great results, and they published the newspaper Kodumaa, which many of you probably have seen as well. The third wave, of course, was after regaining independence. And this was after the Singing Revolution. There were citizen committees formed also in the West. The Estonian Congress came together in 1990 to 92. We have a handful of those who were members of the Congress. There were 8 of us from Sweden. Of course, in red you can see adventurers and thieves. The borders were open, and those with criminal inclinations saw a new market for themselves in the West. And at some point it was quite embarrassing to see how, at least in Sweden, it was written that another Estonian had been caught because he was stealing somewhere. Let's move on. How many Estonians are abroad? 15 years ago, I worked as an advisor to the Minister of Population. And the most common question was, how many of us are abroad? And it was especially fun when an old acquaintance came in Sweden and asked, so you've been working on this. Tell me, how many of us are there abroad? I gave a random number off the top of my head, 176,000. And he was very happy to hear that, oh, finally somebody knows the exact number, but he was very slow to get my humor. And we could argue for weeks about who an Estonian is, what are the criteria for this. And these numbers here on the screen, these are partially from the papers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and some are collected from what I've been hearing and seeing here and there. And I have gone over the Facebook groups. There are a lot of those, and not all of these fit on the same slide. And you could make this chart even longer and longer. This is a bit of a criticism or food for thought. Living in Sweden or outside of Estonia, we haven't always felt that welcomed in Estonia, and there has been public or concealed criticism. Why are you coming here to teach us? You haven't been living here during the Soviet times, you don't know how we do things here and whatnot, you just want to feel important. But luckily, generally this time has passed, but these are numbers that we should think about. When the Estonian Congress was formed based on the Estonian Citizens Committee, and I was organizing these committees in Sweden and was elected to the Congress, but there were 21 delegates from abroad in this Congress, meaning that 4% of the delegates in the Congress came from abroad, although we know now that 15 or 20% of Estonians lived outside of Estonia already back then. If the Estonian National Museum, if work on the museum began, I was invited to contribute, and they asked me, what do you think, how much should we in the Estonian National Museum provide space for the activities of Estonians abroad? Well, I said, if there are 50% of us, then try to give 15% of the floor space to the Estonians abroad. Once it was completed, I went there and saw that in the big fancy museum, I recommend you all visit it, there was one showcase with a small photo of ESTO, I think in 1976, I think, in Baltimore, and another picture of Mai Raudpähn, a very well-known person in Stockholm. That was all that the Estonian National Museum had to display on Estonians abroad. Things have improved a bit now, but not significantly. And now, state awards. From my perspective, again, do I know anyone there? The recipients of state awards. There were 176 people who were awarded the state award, and only 2 were Estonians living abroad. It appears weird that all those good, diligent Estonians are here home, and those who can't achieve anything are abroad. I don't know. I have recommended some people to receive an award, but they haven't received it yet. I don't know. We can complain about this a bit. So what has the Estonian state done for the diaspora? Compatriot programs started in 2004. They have been updated every 4 years, give or take. And a bigger revamp was done in 2018. The program that is ending, the action plan is ending now, and now plans for a new action plan are on the way. And here you can see the ministers who in the past 20 years have been responsible for contacts with global Estonians. I've had close contacts with Urve Palo, Tõnis Lukas, Riina Solman, a bit less with the others, and a couple of these people were very bothersome, and they didn't have the slightest of interest in Estonians abroad, but they were responsible for it. So it depends on the person. As is also said about ambassadors, how they cooperate with the organizations of Estonians abroad. It depends a lot on their interest. I will be going over these quickly. How are we doing with time? We've lost count long ago, but let's show these slides. So the latest Global Estonian Action Plan, what does it discuss? A couple of words about the World Council. It was established in America. The Estonians in America used to represent all the member states. But the strength of the World Council is that they still have quite a lot of money. Money makes the world go around, and so they are able to do quite a lot. We have $600,000 left, and sometimes we argue how to use it in the best way. The council used to give many scholarships to students, but this task was handed over to another organization. The members of the Estonian World Council, the Association of Estonian Societies in Russia, is here with a question mark. The Estonians in Russia was represented for a long time by Külli Sulgin in St. Petersburg. She is no longer among us. We tried to find a representative, but everyone we talked to had never heard of this association. And by this date, they are not brave enough to participate because Putin's policies make it dangerous to keep in contact with foreign organizations. Here are everything, activities that you know about. I will not be commenting on these, what we have been dealing with in the West. Estonian houses. There might be even more of these, but these have been bought, built, in addition all kinds of open-air, outdoor regions, summer houses. I visited quite a few of these, and one of the most interesting ones is Krasnodarka, in the middle of Crimea. Quite small, quite poor a house, but Estonians have come together there and will hopefully keep doing it, although they are also afraid to give any signs of them out to the outside world. ESTO, the Estonian Days. You have seen this on the back of your notebooks. I participated in 8 ESTOs of those listed here. And it must be said that it was thought that at the first ESTO we had a couple of thousand people. In Stockholm in 1980 we said there was talk of about 10,000 people. But in recent ESTOs the number of participants has decreased to 1,000 or a couple of thousand at best cases. But these are important and exciting events in any case. And what's the use for the Estonian state after regaining independence? From outside, there have been a lot of people who have invested their time, knowledge, and money in Estonia. And we have had the president and ministers who have come from outside of Estonia. And of course, what do global Estonians have to offer? We have 500 to 600 Estonian organizations outside Estonia, and it's a huge contact network that can be used to do a lot. And in 26 countries, but this is an overview that I made a couple of years ago. I bet the numbers are bigger now. And now, about the future, I don't really want to talk much about assimilation. For many years I was the director for the school in Göteborg, and the school was shut down in 1994, and I filled out a form, compiled a form and sent to the about 350 students who had been to the school, and many of them answers when I asked, what are you doing now? And the results were quite saddening. We had tried to raise Estonians there, and I think it's the same in other Estonian schools, but 10% of these still came to the Estonian events and participated, and a small percentage was those who actually organized something and were active. And so, provocatively, I wrote an article, are we producing defective projects in our schools? Perhaps I was too straightforward, but I just wanted to express my opinions. Well, do we have any time for questions? No, we don't have time, but you can come by later and ask me questions and provide criticism. Thank you.
teiseks on siis meil kavas
Next,
töötoad.
we have workshops.
Need on siis üleilmse eestluse teabevahetus, kus on
These
juhiks
are
Mirjam Krull.
divided into three. Mirjam Krull for communication and information acquisition in Estonian communities abroad. Maia, you are in charge here. Please help. Then there's the working environment of Estonian societies abroad. Maia Linask from the United States is in charge. And then the third workshop is the role of national central organizations in Estonian communities, headed by Sirle Sööt. And when you registered, then you also have noted which workshop you are going to participate in. And we will have a total of 1 hour for the whole thing by 15:15. And that includes also summaries. So please come back here by 3 o'clock, because the young people are then waiting. And the young people are our future, and we shouldn't tire them too much so that they wouldn't give up on their Estonian activities. Let me just, this information exchange room is located. Number 3 is in Shanghai room, because the smallest number has signed up. You go outside and turn to the right and right the corner. And then the Brussels room, right behind the information desk. This is for workshop number 2. And workshop number 1 on information is located in the room called Berlin, and number 2 is in room Brussels. This is about the Estonian organization's work. And number 1 was communication information exchange. Please now divide yourselves into these workshops and get going, get working, get down to work.
Mitte natuke. Halloo. No nii.
Oh, there we are now.
Olema jälle kuuldel.
You can all hear me. I thank you for your patience. Yes, we've been having a very tight schedule, and the main thing is for people to come together and communicate. But let's leave that for the later.
Lihtsalt ei tulda. Mis seal on siis? Hakkan riidlema, jah. Aga ma räägin teile vahepeale.
Let me tell you a story in the meantime as we wait for those who have already come here. Well, here you can see many flags. The ESTO flag as well, the historical ESTO flag that comes from Toronto. But let me tell you a story about another flag. My last nightmare on the 21st of June, I dreamed the following. I've never dreamed anything like that. I was in Tallinn, my birth town. I was in the old town. It was a sunny day. And everybody was happy. It was kind of a celebration or a holiday. And all of a sudden I could see next to me someone in green uniform and many medals, a man, a very stout man, and he had a Russian flag in hand, and the St. George's banner was also added to this flag. This is not allowed in Estonia. And next to him were two Russian women, and I was so scared that I said out loud in my dream a bad word, a four-letter word that I never use when I am awake, because I'm a well-behaved person. And this Russian officer noticed this and started coming to me in this threatening manner, still in my dream, and I could see a number of Estonian soldiers sitting around there. I turned to them for help, but they were very tired. They were so tired, and they told me, well, we just finished our shift. We came from the front. We just can't. We are so tired. And guess what I did in my dream then? So what's left with us when the security situation is that bad and we do not have any other resources left? I started to sing a lullaby. I don't know. If you don't come now, I will sing more. So when I woke up, I understood that I'd been dealing with these issues so much that it summarized today very well. This danger that's around us, coming from our neighbor, first and foremost, and that we ourselves have. So what is that we have? What is our collective memory that helps us when nothing nothing else helps. Then we will sing our songs. We come together, we sing lullabies to our children, we talk to them in Estonian, we teach them the Estonian language. I've seen many parents who have given up this, thinking that it is easier for their children in their country of residence to manage if they do not know the Estonian language. It is really sad, but I think the Estonian World Council is doing a lot in order for us not to forget this, so that the elements of our collective identity, our language, our culture, and our stories, our collective memory, that those will keep us alive. Let's think about it. We have our future sitting here. So finally everybody has turned up here now. Maybe I'll continue singing now. But please give us very short summaries of your workshops. And I'm also apologizing for the young people, because you can see that we, the elderly, cannot be so fast. Please forgive us, and thanks for your patience. Let's get going.
Hello, I'm Miriam, and we had workshop number 1 where we were discussing information exchange in global Estonia. We discussed whether information reaches where it has to reach, whether correct information reaches, do we know the target groups, is the information interesting, and we did not have much time, to be honest. We left the group knowing that this conversation will not remain between these 4 walls, but all of us can do something for information to be spread. I have notes here. We will work through all of them, but I managed to put some things down. So let's start with that communication has improved a lot over time. We have great environments that support networks such as Global Estonia, but there was another proposal that this might be, perhaps they should be more known in an Estonian, with an Estonian name. Now, funding. Nobody wants the newspapers and magazines to be shut down. We wanted to continue. Calendars, that's a good idea. We will work with these, but we felt these work only when one person is responsible, and ideally they also receive a pay for this. There was a proposal that all countries should have their own joint calendar. If anyone wants to know what's happening in the country, they go to the website and receive the information from a central organization or another organization. Of course, cooperation is extremely important. Within a small community, the Sunday school, singing choir, and also on a wider scale. If you have your own Estonian school, we had one in Washington, D.C., how do you communicate with the Estonian school in Switzerland or Australia? So much attention must be given to community cooperation and cooperation in general. People want to be heard. They want to be able to talk directly. And a good old thing was said, write directly by name and then your email will be read through. And of course information letters and everything else is also honored. We also talked about young people, because we had young people in our workshop, and communication channels. Well, I consider myself as a young person, but I don't really do well with TikTok. People are shaking their heads that I'm no longer a young person. I will not be going on TikTok to create content. You, young person, talk on TikTok what you want to talk about. And a good thing about information is that we have so many opportunities, and if you have any kind of willpower, then you can do much with very little. But probably there will be more summaries in the future, because we had very many ideas. Thank you.
Maia Linask, I was in workshop number 2, Working Environment of the Estonian Societies Abroad. We had also a lot of discussions, and you're going to get some feedback from us as well. In summary, I would like to say that we were discussing universal problems, and 2 things that came out, especially were the difference in ages.
We do not have a sufficient number of young people in comparison with the elderly, or the older generations do not know what the younger ones are interested in. And the other thing that came out was that sometimes it's difficult to find Estonians, not in Estonia, but elsewhere it might be difficult, especially in smaller communities. When we were also discussing positive examples, and at first I could see that we had many problems discussed, but then positive examples were also mentioned. I have these long lists here. All sorts of internship programs for professionals, visiting musicians, things like that. And another good example was that when we come together at ESTO or having a youth network, and we do not have to have very organized and formal meetings, you come together in a network and can communicate. So these were the positive things mentioned. And the third issue that we were discussing was how can the Estonian World Council or the central organization in a country can support the new undertakings. And they can be divided into two groups. One, sharing information about the programs and possibilities. This is common to what Miriam was saying, because programs do exist, but people may not know about them. There were some that I didn't know about at all. And then the second thing was that we have to ask the young people, and we have to support and encourage them, but we should not do the work for them. So this is all from me, but definitely we'll make a summary after today, and Sirle will get it then.
Our group included representatives of the larger central organizations: Sweden, the United States, Canada, Finland, and Germany. These were all represented in our workshop. And although we meet each other in the World Council, we were able to do something that we never have time for in the management of World Council, to ask about our similarities and differences. We also had a representative of J-Bank, but we ran out of time and we were unable to hear anything further from the representative of J-Bank. But the similarities and differences. All, apart from Finland, are central organizations of refugees established in the 1950s. And they have developed in their own way, but their common denominator throughout time has been that they have organized general elections. Each Estonian in this country who wishes to have a say and represent their national group can set up their candidacy in these general elections and to be elected to represent the community. So the differences are that in the United States the elections are free. You don't have to be a member, and they don't actually have members or a member fee. If you want, you can set up your candidacy and see how many votes you get and whether you are elected or not. And these elections are held every 4 or 5 years. Canada just went through a reform. They did away with this election system, and they formed an association of central organizations and no longer hold elections as such. But elections are still held in Sweden every 4 years as well, and we have 40 ambassadors to be elected. But the difference is that you have to be a member and pay a member fee. We did not have time to ask whether Germany holds elections. Janika confirms that they hold elections as well, so say the same system. And they also have a member fee. But the youngest member of the central organizations is Finland. But the 2019 ESTO was actually what pushed forward for the creation of the central organization of Finland to combine under its umbrella legally registered organizations in Finland. When we talked about our activities and the mission or the most important events that these central organizations do, this also varies. But it's clear that the common denominator for all these old organizations is politics. Communication, correspondence on political topics with the institutions of the state where they are. And here, the United States is a great example who has a long tradition and actual paid workers. And J-Bank actually is who combines the employees. Currently, they have one, but they are considering adding one more employee. So this political lobby work that is done is needs-based. And if you're looking at everything happening right now in the United States, this also affects the work of the central organization. Finland is worried that they haven't made it far enough in this 5 years to be compared to these bigger countries, and their relationships have not been so firmly established. We also talked about the continuity and sustainability of central organizations. Nobody said that they are about to become extinct. The United States said that they have no problem finding candidates, and always new professional people are coming up. The same we can see in Finland and Sweden, and probably also in Germany, yes. So how strong or rich are our central organizations is also very different. It used to be obvious that everyone had to fend for themselves. This means that they established funds where they put a seed to grow. They've had income from inheritance, and what you can take out from the funds is the interest income, which might vary year by year, how much it allows us to support projects. But we know that the United States brought all their performance to the song and dance celebration, and also to ESTO, and provided support and funding for them. And of course, Canada, they've also supported the mass flight memorial. And Germany also held, also collected donations for that. And the Central Council in Canada supports the construction of the new Estonian house, Keskus. Also, a nice tradition of giving out decorations during the Independence Day, and this is maybe a good example or idea for other countries. So, United States, you also give out these awards. Well, you do that during your annual meeting and not the Independence Day, yes. But then we admitted on Sweden's behalf, in the end, that in Sweden it happened that the older generation shut down many funds. The money was divided, distributed, and they thought that we no longer need it because Estonia is now free, although they were built up similarly before as all the central organizations. And then the Swedish state provided funding, and it was very convenient to put together your reports and get funding from the state budget. But the new government decided that, well, no, if you want to do your ethnic thing in Estonian, then you have to get your own funding or ask for it from the Estonian state. So relationships with these countries where you're located, it also depends on the political tendencies. You never know whether this is hindering or favorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sirle, Miriam, and Maia for presenting the summaries. Last but not least, the young people and their view on the issues that we have been discussing today. So what do they think, whether and how you take over this inheritance? Please come forward. And is this sustainable? I do not like this word, but the idea is how to continue. Nora Söt from Sweden is the moderator. She's going to introduce everyone and herself. Good afternoon. Before we continue our discussion, we have Tuuli from Finland. She has just come from the rehearsals of the dance festival, and she would like to say a few words. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure as head of the youth activities of ESTO 2019 to speak to you. So I'm fulfilling one of my dreams today. We have 15 foreign groups on Kalevi Stadion coming together in order to maintain Estonianness and to preserve this. So I'm doing the same, and I'm going back there as soon as I can. So I'm read out my thoughts. But first I would like to have a round of applause to all the Estonians abroad who keep the Estonian flag flying and those who support this. Thank you. Last time when I was at the Congress, I read out the youth declaration, and I would like to thank the person who put this together. And as a result, the young delegates of ESTO from Estonia, America, Canada, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, they established a global Estonian youth network. This is an important achievement, and we could also contribute immediately to the previous Estonian Diaspora Action Plan. When communicating with young people, people always tell us that we've done a lot, but we have to do more. We need a supporting community in order to participate in the activities. And also by participating in these activities to share their views and thoughts. When you are graduating from secondary school, you always ask yourself who I am and what I can do, and what is my footprint going to be. And this is of great importance that at that moment, young people have the possibility to find their roots through their interests and to integrate this into their interests as well. We all are keeping the flame for Estonia up in the world, and I invite all of you to think about it. What is my community's life cycle, and what kind of activities they are offering to children, young people, families, and the elderly? What specific steps I can raise the next generation in my community that continues preserving Estonianness after me, and what opportunities I'm offering to young people, especially after the age of 15, in order to develop myself and to find my own Estonia. I am an Estonian and I stick to this, and our experiences are different, but the roots are the same. And we all keep Estonianness together. So I would love to give the floor now to the panelists who will be discussing the youth panel. Have a great ESTO and have a great summer.
Thank you so much, Tuuli, for your speech. I think it's a very good introduction to what we are going to be discussing. But at first, I think we will have a round of introduction because I'm not sure that everyone sitting here knows who we are. You've seen my face quite a lot. I'm Nora Söt, and I'm the head of the youth program for ESTO 2025, and I'm one of those 40 youth delegates who have been going through the festival for all these days. And sitting next to me, I'm Mihkel Jānes. I'm also a member of the management of the youth organization. In Canada, I'm a member of Hotell, and I'm a former kindergarten teacher in the Toronto Estonian school. I'm Reijo Roos from Finland, representing the Estonian organization network in Finland and the Estonian youth in Finland. And I also live in Helsinki, and I also have 2 homes as dually. I'm Amelia Taluri. I'm from near Boston in the United States, and when I was younger, I was in Boston Estonian school. So the question I posed before and said in my introduction is, what is it that has helped them form their Estonian identity? And Amelia clearly outlined the Boston Estonian School as one of these structures. We were given 3 questions to discuss here on stage. First, the question, what are the conditions that we need for the youth living abroad to form an Estonian identity? It was quite difficult with this question, because once the young people end up in organizations or come into the picture, they already have an identity. And youth organizations, but not only youth organizations, but the Global Estonian organizations are not those to form the identities. When we talk about young people, we're not talking about children. We're talking about young people aged 15 and older. They know whether they feel as Estonians or not. We can only help them develop the identity and support it. So that was the first thought. When Amelia mentioned the Boston Estonian School, Reijo mentioned the Finnish Estonian organizations, and Mihkel mentioned Rotalia. How do these support the identity, and what do we need for them to keep continuing the identity, taking into account Canada and Finland as well? Rotalia is really fun. It's the largest fraternity speaking in Estonian, and they consider the Estonian identity very important, and it's fun for people to come together very often. They talk about what's important, about important topics. And there's a sauna, that's very important for people. It's somewhat of an entertainment, going to the sauna with your friends, speaking in Estonian. It's sort of a vacation from the Canadian life, talking in Estonian, spending time with your own people. I think it's right what you said, Nora. If somebody has this Estonian identity, you can only support it. You cannot create or form Estonians of someone. We have a certain number of people that we can support and who we must support. And with Estonia and Finland, something that I've been saying a lot is it differs a bit from other global Estonian communities due to this cultural and linguistic closeness, which creates sort of a situation that we have an underrepresentation of Estonians in Finland. But if you start working on this, you start working on what supports this, one of the things is a physical location. You have a place to meet up with young people, and you could just hang out or do your own thing. I know mostly about Helsinki. We have some single events. We have them every now and then they disappear, and we have to start from zero again. So finding this place, location, is something that offers a lot of support. And before I ask Amelia more about the Boston Estonian School, I recall you saying, meeting Vivian Jones from New York and more of our American youth delegates, you were surprised that there are so many of us actually, and that there are actually organizations and networks, and they already have these young people who already speak in Estonian. Because, Amelia, your contact was relatively limited. the Boston Estonian school. My mother started this group with some other mothers. And when I was young and studying, there were 2 other kids with whom I studied together. It's slightly bigger now, but I'm no longer a part of it. And these 2 other young people are the only other Estonian youth that I know to be near Boston. It's a wider phenomenon, a universal experience. We know that there is something, but we don't often come into contact with it, and we don't always find it. And why we founded the Estonian Youth in Sweden organization, because all these other organizations intended for the youth or actually children were by the parents. And if parents see their children growing up and wanting to do their own things, what they enjoy with their own friends, then it becomes very difficult to coordinate the activities. And they give their children the freedom to discover themselves, to discover their own Estonian identity, and of course they let go of their parents more. And I would never dare to look at a 16-year-old in the eye and say, let's go to the kids group. And 6 years ago, there was a generational gap in the Stockholm Estonian house. On the one hand, there are small children and the extracurricular school, and on the other hand, we have student societies and alumni organizations. Different societies and organizations where the average age was at least 30 years older than us young people, and we could not find a place for ourselves. And if you ask what the conditions are, then for me it seemed a bit obvious that it is about generations, how you create successors. As Tuuli said, each organization, each structure needs to give space for the young people. Not just by saying, yes, young people, come here, but give us tasks, trust us with a job. Because what we have seen in Stockholm, of course, Stockholm is very special because it has a very strong and active Estonian house. But we have seen the youth divided into 3 groups, just as all people in different organizations. We have passive consumers, people who want to show up, have fun, be in the company of others, but don't want to take too much responsibility and take on the task of organizing. Then we have the second group. They show up, they want to participate, but they might want to assist with the organization. And you give them a task and they fill it with pleasure. And then the third group, the smallest group, those are the people with a larger feeling of mission. They take up leading organizations, and they are ready to dedicate more of their time and energy, and they have a bigger vision. The people form sort of a pyramid, where the most natural way is that someone has a career or something else closest to their heart, and being an Estonian abroad, being a global Estonian, is not something that people actually deal with in their everyday life. It might be something close to the heart, closely related to the family. It's deeply personal. And they do it as a hobby within the family, or just every now and then. And in their daily life, they do something else. Go to school, go to work. So what these conditions should be, these are the conditions that favor all 3 types of people, that invite people to participate, make it easy and accessible for them, and invites people to participate, gives them tasks. Could you please bring to the next event object X? In Sweden, the funniest thing is that I clearly see these personality types. Some people hate meetings, and I would never invite them to a meeting. But if I give them a task, for example, within ESTO, the person performs the task perfectly. They get so much praise for it. And people are different. So we have to try and be understanding that the young people are also different. Us Estonians abroad, we're different. Our needs and wishes are different. And our goal is to engage them in a multifaceted way.
Creating the conditions, as has been mentioned before, is the invitation, the environment. These are the important elements that have been mentioned here before. These are the things that help bring people together and young people together. There are no easy solutions. Do this and that and it's been done. And you magically get 4 young people engaged. It seems as if we were speaking about some kind of mystical things, that the young people are a rare species that are about to become extinct soon. It seems to be so mystical. You saw 1 young people, but they do exist. Sometimes they are in families, they are difficult to engage, but they do exist. They have attended camps, they have been to our schools, so we have our networks. So important thing is the important thing is to give them a small task. For example, have the young people to organize things like celebrating an anniversary, and they might surprise you. Let me just add, we've been thinking a lot about organizations, and we have to organize things. 2 people come together and we have already an organization. But maybe sometimes it's sufficient to remain on the grassroots level. Like with many young people, we have WhatsApp groups, for example, a German WhatsApp group. So we write there that let's come together, let's go have lunch somewhere together. So maybe at the beginning there is no need to start organizing a group or something, or creating an organization and then start coming meetings immediately. Maybe it's sufficient to have lunch once in a while. Yes, this informal part is very important, but I was told that when I was saying in my yesterday's speech that we do not need this formality, but then it is necessary on the one hand. When we have these meetings and we have minutes of the meetings, then people do not know what has been done. It's difficult to follow the development of these organizations. And when you look at Stockholm, the Estonian young people in Sweden, we hated these meetings. We were not accustomed to this. We did not know why they were necessary, how to write the minutes so that when somebody else reads it and understands what was spoken about. So these are the small things that you, as heads of organizations, former heads of organizations, can convey to us as well. I remember once an elderly woman telling me, I'm not going to attend the workshop because I'm not an active person anymore. Young people could attend. I've been doing my share already. But it is just because of that you should attend. You have information that we really need. And we may not even be able to ask this about, but we would like to know and learn about it, even if we do not understand always. That's it. Given the shortness of time, I think we should move on. So how do we experience and cope with our dual identity? I can see Reijo ready to speak about this dual identity. Yes, between Estonia and Finland. Well, you've all heard about this, having a dual identity and being a multinational or whatnot. And how does this differ from being an Estonian abroad? Between Estonia and Finland, it is more specific. Although the group that considers themselves to having this dual identity, but in principle it means that you're living in 2 countries at the same time. You're not a Finn in Estonia or an Estonian in Finn. You're a little bit of both. You live at the same time in both media rooms or spaces or cultural space. So we wake up in the morning, you read the Estonian news and then Finnish news. There's quite many young people like that. I don't know how it coincides with other communities of young people elsewhere, but it seems to me that in Finland, this being a Estonian abroad is kind of unilateral. Young people who have grown into two cultures, and when you go to the Estonia house to do the Estonian thing, is just one part of you and one side of you. And this may be one of the reasons why we do not have so many young people, because you have to deal with this one side of you only. Maybe this might be one trend of development to think about this dual identity. Maybe in Helsinki we do not have an Estonian house, but rather an Estonian-Finnish house, like they've got for Finland and Sweden, dealing with promoting the culture between these two countries. Maybe we could do the same for Estonia and Finland, so that we could look at both directions. But it is easier in the Estonian and Finnish context, given the geographical and language closeness. I do agree, because I've heard a lot being said that being an Estonian abroad should not only be the folk dances and national dishes, but yeah, we are not going to lose these things. We like the food and the dances, but we would like to do other things also in Estonian. And we would like to be more aware of what is happening in the world. And we would like to maintain our inheritance together with what is happening in Estonia, like discuss new films and new books that have been published in Estonia, so that we do not just go back to the very first traditional activities of Estonians abroad. Maybe we could leave a little bit room for new things as well. Maybe that would create a little bit more interest in us and might also be more encouraging for us and would engage us more, because these are the things that are topical in our lives. Yes, the context during the Soviet occupation was very different from the one at now. So I do understand assimilation is something that people are afraid of. You mean that young people are assimilating among the elderly people? No. I mean you have the Estonian national dishes, the Finnish national dishes. So we are being told that we are the diplomats of Estonia in our countries where we live, but it is also the other way around. We might be diplomats of the country where we live in Estonia. We should take a broader look at this. Amelia, what about you and this dual identity? I feel really lucky that I have different identities. I have actually three. I live in the States. Both of my parents are immigrants. My mother is from Estonia, but my father is from India. And I think that I have been able to grow up amongst different cultures, and this has made me more open and understanding. But it is also difficult, because I feel I'm half Estonian and then half Indian, and I've always been a little bit different. But one speaker at ESTO in Narva said very well, we are not half one or half another. We are fully all embracing all our identities. And that was really a nice thing to say and hear. I do really agree with you. This is true. I moved back to Estonia, and as I've been living for 20 years in Sweden, and I came back to Estonia, and they labeled me Swedish. So I've always been this young person in Estonia who came from Sweden. And in Sweden, I'm Nora, who is dealing with Estonians abroad. So I'm not fully just one. And it was scary at the beginning. And then I thought, oh, it's very cool. Every time someone heard something about Sweden and wanted to know about Sweden and Estonia and to compare things, then they came to us and asked this. And I got so many new acquaintances because of that, because that turned out to be my niche. I was somehow special. And this dual identity sometimes expresses itself in a very funny way. I'm kind of I like to celebrate the Independence Day in Stockholm, Estonia house eating cottage cheese pie, but not in Estonia. And then during Christmas time, I like to eat the saffron pies with my Estonian friends in Estonia. And I'm ready to go and find the saffron in Tallinn or Tartu to get it. So this is my dual identity. Mihkel, what about you?
It's an interesting question because for me this dual identity had a hard time forming. Since my childhood, I always considered myself to be only an Estonian. I never thought of myself as a Canadian, even though I was born and raised in Canada and always lived in Canada. I always saw myself as an Estonian. And of course, when I came to visit in Estonia, I got friends here. Then for my friends, I was the Canadian guy. This was what distinguished me from the other Estonians. Oh, it's the Canadian guy. And I had to deal with this for a long time. Who am I actually? Am I this Estonian who I felt I was? Or am I the Canadian? And finally, over the course of time, looking at my habits, how people behave in society, how you get used to different rules, I realized that I'm both. At first, I thought that it's no way that I'm Canadian, I'm only Estonian. Then now I've made my peace with the fact that I can't say that I'm not Canadian. I've lived my whole life there. I'm used to their customs. But at the same time, I'm not fully Canadian because there are so many different Estonian customs, songs that I know of, all kinds of cultural things. So I can't say that I'm not Estonian. It is so that you have two equal identities. So it's a combination of two cultures. And that's how my identity has been formed. I think I'm going to start wrapping up and summarize what we have been discussing. The young delegates, the youth delegates will be going to prepare the summaries, and we all want to be prepared really well. One of the most important messages in this summary that we have to give to the organizations and structures is inclusion, and give us tasks. Take a part of your action plan, one task, one event, one anniversary, and from this one anniversary, take a part of it and offer the chance to organize it to the youth. Give them a chance. It might be difficult at first, and we might do things slightly differently. We might do things in our own way. But this one event might be our opportunity to feel that we are being included, we're being trusted, and we are given an opportunity. Trust the young. Try to attract them with events that you think they might enjoy. And if you don't know, ask. Most people have children, grandchildren, family, friends. You have seen these young people. We're not that mysterious of a species. And if you do invite them, and they are really, really active, but they do leave, then don't become desperate. Try again. Invite more young people. They will come around. And organizations are being handed over and over. They never remain with one single person. Let's try to think what will become of us in the future. And these three types of youth who are just people and need the very same conditions to maintain their Estonian language skills and Estonian identity as any other member of the global Estonian diaspora, they all need to be included. Because they are, as this pyramid is, this pyramid might collapse if not all of the parts of the pyramid are strong. We need those who show up and participate, who come and pay for the ticket or their membership fee. We need those who help with the organization, and we need those who have the dedication and mission. We need all of them. We all need the structures and environments and people and the calling. I think these would be the basic conditions or messages, which I've also heard from the youth delegates. The Global Estonian Youth Network is about to elect a new management and is looking forward to your invites and news from your communities about what you are up to, what's coming up. Of course, we are doing our own research, but it's also always nice to hear from you because we have young people across the world and we would be happy to lead them your way. And I think that's our message. Let's keep talking and we will get things done. Thank you.
Many thanks to the young people. We've been speaking today about our collective identity, and now we heard also what the young people thought about it. Yes, we are what we remember, but we should not be stuck in these stories of the past. We have to convey this inheritance and we have to engage them. You see, they are waiting for us to invite them, and they even gave us an idea on how to do this. Many thanks for these pieces of advice. But I also think that the young people will turn the inheritance according to their vision. The world is changing and their Estonianness is definitely going to be different from the earlier generations. And we have a very hopeful look into the future. We are very happy to have such young people, and there are many of them, but we should be able to engage them. But now I have a small surprise for you. I would like to give the floor to Ove Maidla, the Bishop of the Estonian diaspora, and he would like to do something, share something with you. Dear friends, it's the 8th day of ESTO, and it's been really a marvelous time, a marvelous journey. This morning when I woke up, I thought only 2 days left, but then there's also the Song and Dance Festival. So how can I manage without ESTO? This is the first ESTO for me, but this is a marvelous experience really for me. And we thank the Lord for his blessing, but it's very often that you get blessing through people. And as we heard, just there are different people, but you have to also lead people. And ESTO wouldn't be what it has been and is going to be without you, dear Sirle. And I would like to thank you personally for your friendship, for this excellent cooperation with the Estonian Evangelical Lutheran Church. And it's also a pleasure and great honor for me to award you with the Cooperation Medal of our church and a relevant certificate to prove that this is all correct and legal. And also many thanks and greetings from our head bishop who has taken a Sabbath leave. I'm really touched. I'm really touched by this gift and a surprise. It is true, living in Sweden and dealing with in depth with our identity and the issue of our roots, then I have had to consider the church a very important institution for the Estonian diaspora as preserving Estonianness, because it comes from there, starting from the mass flight when people were praying to get to the next coast. Some made it, some didn't. And the Estonian church also definitely played a great role in bringing the Estonians together during these difficult times when we did not know what was going to happen for Estonia. And we were praying for Estonia's freedom, and finally we got freedom back. Being an active member in the archive group of the Estonian Swedish group, every Monday we are looking at these old photos. When we see these old confirmation photos, photos of scouts, photos of events, there's always been the local clergyman or local bishop there. And this is the support during difficult times when you need some kind of force that would take you to the coast. And I was really happy to see the possibility to restore the tradition of confirmation camps in Sweden. We've had 3 occasions for that. This is thanks to Kristel Engman, who comes from Estonia. This shows that if you do not have enough resources in your own community, you can get additional resources from Estonia. And when we are speaking about children's literacy, when we have also children who can read the Bible, this is a very high level. And not only read the Bible, but to express their feelings and their ideas about identity, what we are, where we go, what brings us together. Thank you. Once again, I have to apologize. I apologize. Ove Sander, I mispronounced your name. We are coming towards an end of this day, but hopefully in Lennusadam as well. But the final words will come from Maia Linansk, the chief organizer of today, and she is chair of the Foreign Policy Committee of the EWC and also vice president of the Estonian diaspora in the United States. I'll do this quickly. First, I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists who were sharing their knowledge and ideas with us. We've learned a lot of interesting things today that has given us fruit for further thought, whether it be during the ESTO Gala or during the Song Festival. I would also like to thank all of you who have turned up here or followed us over the internet. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts, and please keep doing this. Also keep doing this amongst yourselves and also with our World Conference and our central organization, so that we could support you even better in your activities. And I would also like to give special thanks to Ilona Kolberg, who was the head of today. This was not an easy task to bring everything together here, especially sticking to the schedule. We could see already at the beginning that we were lagging behind. She has a lot of experience, and she used her experience doing the great job today. Thank you. And also, I would like to tell you that Ilona also helped devise and design today's event. And eventually, after independence, many diaspora organizations had to change their goals and roles. At present, the world is globalizing, and when it comes to foreign relations, then we have daily new challenges, and it seems very important for Estonians all across the world continue supporting Estonia. And we could hear today from the speakers several issues that I would like to raise. There was a lot, but I would like to be brief. One of the issues that I heard was in several presentations was information and knowledge about disinformation, about conveying the stories of fleeing, continuing to learn Estonian history from the Estonian perspective. Clearly, the understanding in the United States is quite different, or that we are all Estonian diplomats for Estonia. And we will inform our friends and and acquaintances in the world about Estonia. Conveying knowledge is a specific issue that everybody mentioned. Another issue that we heard about mentioned, especially in the workshops, is that we need to support the young people, and also we need to trust the young people when they are seeking their Estonian identity and developing it, and when they want to be along with us. And the third thing, the place is important as well, whether it be a geographically complicated place, as Minister said this morning, or young people need to have a place to find themselves, or where they can physically meet. So these were the three threads of thought that seemed to be more important during the program today. So we could continue thinking about those threads. We want to continue supporting Estonia. And among the global Estonians, we want to preserve and develop our identity. This is very, very important in achieving this goal, and that is why the subject of today was Estonian identity and collective memory. This is an important part thereof, and our identity is based on our culture and collective memory that enriches us as individuals, but also makes it possible to have global Estonians so that we can act together. Thank you for turning up or listening to us over the web. Thank you for coming together. Enjoy the evening. Have a nice summer and then very nice song festival. Thank you.
I have one more short announcement. Tomorrow at 12 noon, here across the street in the Estonian Center, an exhibition of portrait photos by Annika Haas will be opened. Portrait photos are of famous Estonian women, and it's called Estonian Woman, someone who does things with their heart. You are all welcome. You can also answer here. You will be sent a questionnaire within a few days or weeks. We want to hear feedback. Enjoy your evening.